Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Gen Z beauty influencers with millions and millions of followers are destroying Kamala Harris in their makeup videos.
In America right now, it's genuinely so scary because in this interview, she was talking about how good the economy is. Like, this isn't a political statement against her. This is me genuinely being, like, shocked. I'm like, what do you mean the economy's good? Like, a loaf of bread costs $10. That is more than half an hour. That's more than half of an hour of people's work. Like a minimum wage. You know what I'm saying?
That is called Bidenomics, and we are very proud of Bidenomics.
What do you mean? Like, if that's a good economy, what would we do in a bad? Like, I couldn't survive. Most of the young people I know who are already paying check to paycheck couldn't survive. And then she was saying, like, I'm really proud of the work we've done, like, for this economy. And, like, the economy's not good. Like, it feels really to just sit and be lied to.
Give up! Give up!
Gen Z beauty influencers with millions and millions of followers.
But I bet some workers at Disney have definitely heard and witnessed some pretty interesting things. In our second stop, we have the potty mouth. I mean, I'm sure it can be super tough to interact with kids and adults and not be able to talk, like only using gestures all the time. I mean, I don't think I'd be able to do it. I have to put tape on my mouth, or else I would just be responding to all the questions they ask. Where if they're like, say hello, I'd be like, oh hi, today, you know? Or if they're like, I want to take a photo, 1, 2, 3, say cheese, I'd just be like, cheese. You know? Now, this urban legend dates back to the early 2000s, and an employee who played Mickey was fired after repeatedly swearing at the children. It's a
Alexa, master the light on.
Okay.
Ah. Alexa, turn off master light.
Okay.
Alexa, is it raining?
It might rain tonight. There's a 65% chance at 5 p.m. Also, there's a wind advisory in effect until Thursday, September 12th, 7 p.m.
Alexa, all the light off.
Okay.
Alexa. What's the temperature in my room?
My room temperature is 82.9 degrees.
Alexa, what is the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 71 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Tonight, expect a low of 66 degrees.
So it's still hotter in here than it is out there.
Then every episode, Mickey faces some sort of challenge, which was designed by. Now, Mickey has realized that the continues to escape his simulations to self-enrichment, found let them escape. So, every day, Mickey goes on these missions with hope that Toodles will mess up and provide them with some sort of key or just a way to break the simulation. Moving on to number 9, we have the animal forms. So, Goofy is said to be a dog. But then you have Pluto, who is also a dog. However, Goofy can talk and act like a human, whereas Pluto still walks on his all fours and only barks. How come they're both the same species, but are drastically different? Well, that's because Pluto was once a man, just like Goofy, but was drained entirely of his human capabilities. And this is what is currently happening to Goofy. So, essentially, the Clubhouse is a training program designed to bring animals back to their original forms. So, for Daisy and Donald, they would get turned back into ducks, Minnie would get turned back to a mouse, and then Goofy back to a dog. Pluto was the first to go through this program and had a successful outcome. Goofy is the next one on the list. Notice how in the show, Goofy always messes something up? Well, it's because he's slowly turning back into his dog form, so he can't make proper decisions. Soon, Goofy, along with the other Clubhouse members, will all be turned back to their true animal forms. Making our way down to number 8, we have the dead friend. So this theory surrounds the idea that Peg Leg Pete, the villain on the show, mastermind behind all of the challenges that Mickey and his pals face. He makes these challenges purposely so that Mickey and his friends will call on him and ask for help. This allows Toodles to exercise his power over them, which makes him feel like he is in control. I mean, how else can Toodles always have the mystery elusive tool that will always finish the job? Because he already knows how the challenge will end since he created it. His goal is just to create chaos in Mickey's world and to make their lives more difficult. Now, Toodles has even went from being just a faceless Mickey Mouse shaped screen to now having a face that's capable of thoughts and feelings. Therefore, he keeps evolving and becoming more and more powerful. In our fifth spot, we have the representation of society. It is said that each Mickey Mouse character represents a different aspect of society. Mickey Mouse represents egotism, since he lives in a place where everything is shaped like him and it's named after him. He has a clubhouse that's shaped like his head, and he has items like Musker tools. Minnie represents the issue with female stereotypes, by her having to act all ditzy and being subservient to Mickey. Goofy represents the children now having short attention spans from the constant exposure to electronics, video games, and cartoons. And lastly, Pete represents the darker aspects of our society, like the violence and crime that's going on. We're now at our fifth and halfway mark with the captive mouse. Aren't Mickey and Minnie Mouse so cute together? They clearly are madly in love. Or are they? People theorize that Minnie is actually just under Mickey's spell. As a result, she is forced to be constantly devoted to him. Now, we do know that Mickey does know his way with magic, as seen in the feature film, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Now, Minnie is forced to do everything that Mickey says. She no longer has her own free will. Her whole life will be spent being devoted to Mickey, catering to his needs. Coming in at number 4, we have Mickey's twisted head. You ever notice that Mickey's ears are always facing the camera? No matter which way he turns or moves his head, Mickey's ears are always shown facing us. That's physically impossible. This has led people to believe that Mickey is constantly straightening his head, so his ears appear as so. As a result of this constant cranial strain, it has caused Mickey to develop some sick tendencies, like imprisoning his friends and forcing them to live in a place that represents him. He's just obsessed with his appearance that he will go to extreme measures to always have his ears in that position. Moving on in our third spot, we have Pluto the Slave. Poor Pluto, he just wants to live a normal life. But he can't because Mickey has him trapped. So this is a different theory surrounding the fact that both Goofy and Pluto are dogs, but Pluto is less human and more dog than Goofy. Pluto lacks the ability to speak and can only articulate his thoughts through barks and gestures. Well, Mickey Mouse is forcing Pluto to be his slave. Pluto used to be like Goofy. He talked, walked on 2 feet, and was capable of complex thoughts and feelings. This was until Mickey forced him to walk on his all fours to establish dominance over him. Years of doing so has caused dystrophy in his back legs. Then Pluto wasn't allowed to talk, losing his ability to speak and only grunt. Mickey also always kept Pluto chained up outside with only a collar. After years of doing this, he morphed into an actual dog.
That.
So it went from, Trump is racist for the past 8 years, and now you're like, Biden has dementia, doesn't know where he is pooping his pants on stage, vote for him. And now you're like, vote for her because she's a black woman. It's so funny. It's like, you guys cry about racism all day and all these different things, yet you are literally like, the only thing that matters about her is that she's a woman. You can't define what a woman is. You don't even know what a woman is. And then that she's a woman of color. From the Republican Party, obviously love Trump, we all love Trump, we want Trump. There are so many other good options. All the way from I like Rand Paul to I like Vivek, there's so many options that I would be perfectly fine with as president. As a Democrat, how are you not embarrassed to your core? You guys voted in Biden, and then Kamala? You guys don't have one person in your party besides them? You don't have anyone? So it went from, Trump is racist for the past 8 years, and now you're like,
Okay, everybody. Today's tips.
Hey, wait, James, this can't be right. Oh no, this couldn't be right. We had a ton of patrons today.
You don't like it? You can find another job.
But we worked hard today, James, and there's no way that this is all the tips that we earned.
Okay. Maybe you're just not as good as you think you are. Or maybe the customers don't think you are worth more.
Actually, I have something to say about that.
What now?
I'm not a waitress. I'm the CEO of this company. And guess what? You're fired.
What? Is this some sort of joke?
No joke. I've been here long enough to see how you treat and handle the tips. It's unacceptable.
Okay, everybody. Today's tips.
The last few days have brought devastation Brian and Rochelle Coburn could have never imagined.
Families mourning.
The last few days have brought
Ah!
devastation Brian and Rochelle Coburn could have never imagined. Their son, Keenan Conti, fell through a skylight while working with his stepdad on a job site.
Anytime he could help somebody, he was helping them.
Within hours, they were facing the toughest day of their life, with a big decision that had to be made in minutes.
In order to be able to salvage organs, it took our time with him from hours to minutes. But that's what Keenan would have wanted.
They said Keenan was always thinking of others.
Every time he earned money on one of his side jobs, he spent it on his sisters or his friends.
Keenan was a homebody who loved music.
He loved to sing and dance and play the drums.
Rochelle says she always knew her son was special. Now she knows everyone else thought so too.
In his passing, I've realized it's not just me as his mom being biased.
The last few days have brought devastation Brian and Rochelle Coburn.
Soon the sheriff's department arrived, and 1,600 volunteers had all poured out onto the mountain, and they are combing across this mountain to find Jerry as quickly as possible. But after several hours, they couldn't find him, and people started to think the worst. The next morning at 8 a.m., an 8-year-old boy named David was riding his horse about 30 miles away from where Jerry had gone missing, and he happened to be looking over at the tree line, and a boy stumbles out of the tree line and waves to him. So David goes over, and it turns out it's Jerry Monkman. And so the police asked him, how did you do this? How did you cover the distance you covered in such a short amount of time? And Jerry would say he just remembers sleeping under a tree and then waking up, and he would see animals poking their heads around from behind different trees. He didn't know what kind of animals they were, but they were watching him, and he was worried they were going to hurt him, but they didn't. He said he was able to just keep walking, and he would keep sleeping under these trees, and he kept seeing these animals that were watching him, and he just kept saying, they never hurt me. Soon the sheriff's department arrived, and 1,600.
These women are deranged.
Jamel Hill compares Clark to Steph Curry for being relatable to fans, but claims the fact that she's a straight white woman plays a big role in the hype around her. It's not the numbers that she puts on the scoreboard. I do think that there is a thing called pretty privilege. There is a thing called white privilege. There is a thing called all privilege. Part of it is about race. I do think that she is more relatable to more people because she's white, because she's attractive.
What are you talking about, woman? She's smart, she's pretty, she's a baller, she's got a sex appeal, and she ain't ghetto. The reason why so many people are not marketable is because they super butchy and ghetto. What they gonna market you makeup? You look like a dude. If women was so bent down to shape in women's basketball, half of the population is women. Why don't y'all support women's basketball? Where y'all at in the stadium seats? Where y'all at buying the jerseys? Go to any WNBA game. Why is it not full of women? These women are deranged.
Jamel Hill, yes, compares Clark to Steph Curry for being relatable to fans, but claims the fact that she's a straight white woman plays a big role in the hype around her. It's not the numbers that she puts on the scoreboard.
Ow, 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 ow. Ah!
Ostensibly, these chemicals are being used 6 billion pounds globally per year. So they're pesticides. Side is the word for the act of killing. So herbicides, insecticides, fungicides. And they are so toxic that 20% of all suicides globally are performed by drinking pesticides.
We know that they kill us. We intentionally use them to kill ourselves, and yet we keep eating them. We know they're on everything. We keep ingesting them, and we act like it's no big deal.
Ostensibly, these chemicals are being used 6 billion pounds globally per year. So they're pesticides. Side is the word for the act of killing. So herbicides, insecticides, fungicides. And they are so toxic that 20% of all suicides globally are performed by drinking pesticides.
We know that they kill us. We intentionally use them.
Burn the
This feels so good. Sick up.
Out of my room.
Oh.
Oh my god. You're gay?
Sleeping your car.
I thought I told you. So get the fuck out.
Fine.
Hey, sis.
Hi.
Hey, sis. I thought I told you not to come back. I thought I told you to leave. And what the fuck are you wearing?
Do you know what? I have to talk to you. You're right. You cured me.
Of course I'm right.
Well, the problem is my addiction to video games went away, and I kind of got a new one.
Like a new addiction?
Yeah, you know, your cock felt so good, and I honestly think I'm addicted to it now. You know, just thinking about it going in my tiny, teeny pussy just felt so good.
So you want some more, do you?
I mean, if that's okay with you, I really am craving your cock.
Well, I think Mom and Dad aren't coming back for at least a couple hours, so we have some time. What do you think?
I'm for sure down. Oh, fuck this Taylor. You're the best.
You almost fucking cut my dick off.
What? Oh my god, what the fuck happened? Are you okay? Like, what do you need me to do?
Yeah, look for some band-aids or something. Panties. I'm starting to feel faint.
My panties?
Yeah, like your panties. Like, just, it'll stop. As you just suck the blood out, so you're gonna have to. Do you want? Yeah, hurry before I faint.
Alright.
I'm losing blood quick.
This tastes like ketchup.
I had a burger earlier.
Alright, if you say so. Alright, if you say so. Still coming out?
Well, Google and sterile bacteria.
I mean, I guess we could try it out and see if it'll.
I think it will
If that's gonna help.
kill bacteria because vaginas have actually like your pussy. Apply pressure and sterile.
Still coming out?
Well, Google also said you could apply pressure and sterilize the wound.
Well, how do you want me to help with that? What do you want me to do?
Your pussy. I mean, it's probably really tight and it'll apply pressure and I know it'll sterilize it. Because vaginas have actually like natural juices that kill bacteria.
I mean, if that's gonna help, I mean...
I think it will.
Alright, well, I guess we could try it out and see if it'll help. Get up.
Stop it bleeding. I think your pussy's tired.
Alright. Looks like we did what we were supposed to.
Let's see the count. Pressure worked.
Looks like we did what we were supposed to.
Come on, let's see the count. Thank you, sis.
No problem.
You might have just saved my life.
I'm glad I could.
Damn.
Right now, it's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 66 degrees. The my room temperature is 73.9 degrees.
Что ты? Волтус, привет.
Привет.
Что ты делаешь?
Телефон себе. А что?
Да, я вот вообще не понимаю, тебе 18 лет уже. Почему родители вообще няню наняли, чтобы сидеть с тобой?
Ну, я...
Ты уже взрослый.
Я их об этом не просил.
А что такого, ну не, ну значит, ты что-то такого делал, что тебе няню приставили? Ну это ж надо каким безответственным быть.
Ну, понимаешь, я тебя здесь не держу, если хочешь,
Ну я-то не могу, ты понимаешь? Как я могу уйти? А если они узнают, то и мне по шее дадут, а деньги-то всем, извините, мне нужны.
Ну, что с твоей дело?
Ну, я вот вообще подумала. Тебе 18 лет, надо тебя, значит, ну хотя бы учить чему-то. Ну, значит, буду учить тебя сексу.
Сексу?
Угу. Ты, наверное, не знаешь, что это такое? Дома сидишь и...
Я
хоть
знаю, что такое.
Ну, хоть видел где-то видео. Ну, вот и буду тебя учить заниматься этим.
Почему ты так решил?
Ну, а почему?
Тебе что, нравится, что ли?
Ну, а почему бы нет? А что мы просто сидим и, ну, хоть чем-то хоть полезным позанимаемся? Ага, да, получается? О, что ты тут делаешь? Это что ты там, играл в телефоне в игры, да, говорит?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I could sure go for a couple packs of cigarettes right about now, but I'm out of money, out of everything, so. Uh, 102 of your friends are alive. Hey.
I'm literally telling my chat bye.
What? Why?
Because I gotta get off.
Why?
I just wanted to accept you and say hi. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while.
You haven't. Hey.
I know.
Yeah, tell your chat I'm out of cigarettes. They can help me out.
Oh my god.
they always do.
John.
They always do. They always do.
I haven't seen you in a while. The first thing that you're gonna do is beg my chat for cigarette money.
Yeah.
Goodbye, John.
Hey, Heather, love your face.
Yeah, I love your face, but don't do that.
Oh, hey, look, I was just kidding. I am out of cigarette though, but yeah, I'm just.
So then technically you're not kidding.
No, I wouldn't beg your chat anyway. Hawk 2 2.0 said, hell no, be smokeless. Alright, Justin.
That's Justin.
Yes.
Yeah, he changed his... He's childish. He changed his name to Hawk 2.
Yeah, so Justin, let me guess, you spit on that thing and...
Yeah, you probably... That's why I told him, why did he change his name to that? Because, everybody's gonna think that he be giving them.
And he does me.
Yeah, to Brandon.
Exactly. Ah!
Alright, John, well, I will see you later. I'm gonna hop off. It's, I was supposed to be off at 9 and it's 9:25.
It's 8:25.
9:25 for me, so I was supposed to be off 25 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, what planet are you on? No, I'm just kidding. Alright, I love you, darling.
Alright, John, I hope you find your cigarette money.
I will.
Alright, have a good night.
You too. Evil Queen! Are you alright?
Not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest? Why? What's wrong?
There was a potential victim list found at my son's school today with my son's name on it.
A what? Did you... I don't get what you said.
There was a list at the school.
Mm-hmm.
A potential victim list found, and my son's name was on it.
Oh, for SA?
And for
Oh, shot. Oh, wow. Oh, pew pew. But he's with you now, right? Everything's okay?
yeah, I'm gonna wait to draw him.
Are you?
Yeah. had a child's name on the list as withdrawing your child.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
But I cannot stop jamming Panic Attack. I cannot stop blacking out.
Wow, you need a cigarette more than I do.
I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, but I have my EMP.
You have your magic puff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't even have the money for cigarettes right now, so... I will find somebody to help me out. You're frozen now. Married to my best friend. What's that?
I was reading a text message.
Oh. Hello, I love Jesus. I love Jesus has told you to. Jesus has told you to send me $4.25 over Cash App. Thank you. And then I will go get a pack of cigarettes. And also, Jesus said, "Thank you and God bless."
Yeah, I am on here trying to raise money for bail.
For who?
Myself, when I go to the school in the morning.
Oh. I love Jesus. You also need to donate to Evil Queen and her jail money. I mean, her bail money. So did you see the list?
No, my son has had mono all week, so he's been out of school.
Then
But I have talked to parents, I have talked to children, I have talked to all of them, and it said that there was a list found with countless 6th graders' names on it, and my son was one of them 6th graders.
I mean, what is the world coming to? Oh,
Just, I can't mentally.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Joyce.
After this battle, I gotta bounce out of here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I it's completely understandable. And I'll be praying for you, Joyce, that you don't go to jail tomorrow.
Because the mental state that I'm in right now is not a good one. It's not good.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm actually gonna leave this battle. I got somebody waiting on me. I'll come back around to you in just a minute, okay?
Okay, Joyce.
Alright, bye.
Bye. Alexa, what's the temperature in my room?
The my room temperature is 81 degrees.
Okay. That looks like Kelly Clarkson. I know who that is. That's Lucy. But I can't think of Lucy's last name. She's from... I think it's Lucy Hall. She's from Pretty Little Liars. I'm a Barbie girl in Barbie world. What in the hell? Hey, Miss Lost Soul. Thank you for the hard me. Oh, thank you for the team bracelets. Like, no box? You don't want a box, okay. All right, Miss Lasso. I can't just find. I can't find anybody to battle. That's all. Ah, she declined. That's a first. Hey, how's it going, Tanya? I'm fine. Are we gonna run 2v2s?
We can.
Alright.
We can.
I guess we're doing solos.
Is it solo? Can I do solo?
I guess.
Yeah, it's alright.
Sorry, how are you now?
I'm alright. Well, I'm out of cigarettes.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, I'm alright. Out of cigarettes and out of money. So I'm.
Out of cigarettes and money? Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. So I'm really screwed.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of need one to have the other, right?
Yeah, you got. I've got, well, the cigarettes around here are only like $3 $3.75 a pack. Huh? In Mississippi. I buy the 24/7s Red Short. Yeah, they're a generic, but they taste like the Marlboro mediums. Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah.
Okay, well, when they stopped importing this cigarettes, an American company started with 24/7s.
You guys think they're doing any good down there, Heather?
This was actually, I think, from, I think they were from Korea.
Yeah, they were from Korea.
Yeah, they were from Korea. I use that with those lines. Went back to my Mars.
You went back to Mars.
Yep.
Hey, Cruz.
Well,
We got a...
I am not paying $8 or $9 for a pack of cigarettes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I know that too. But
Hey, Eastwood. Thank you guys for the
for
watch. Liking and sharing, please.
for $11
Kristen, how's it going with you?
ish, I can get 3 packs. I don't even think. Huh? Oh.
You guys don't mind, just keep tapping and sharing. Pretty good. You got any plans for the weekend? Hey, Cruising, how are you? For 2015, oh, thank you for the donut. Thank you for the donut. Thank you, thank you for the loves. You're doing fantastic. Good. How you doing, Cruising? Oh,
Esther, how's it going?
Thank you for the hand heart, Kristen. Thank you so much. Thank you for the husband. Thank you. Thank you so much. Did you finish your lap, Kristen? Okay. You have a certain amount of time that you use to. A lot of morning rain.
Yeah, I got to work. I'm sorry. Before you go to work, tell them you don't want this.
I'll keep you in my prayers, though, and I hope you have some cake bad and
Like some residents, and they're all like, "Oh, you hate that, and you're not gonna share." I'm like, this is my breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so I'm done.
Where do you work at, Jordan?
I work in the whole street.
okay.
Ah, gotcha.
We had a big event out here for a couple of weeks, and then when the rain started, oh my God, I was like, it was such a mess. So, you know, we're kind of saying, I put my order for it, and I got it, and I was like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. The rain just stopped here about an hour ago, Tanya.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you're in Mississippi also, right?
Right.
Okay, that's where my friend Kristen lives also.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Eastland. MVP is Kristen. Oh, you got a box of love, Kristen. Listen, I'll need that when I do my first battle coming up next week.
Yeah.
Hey, Pamela.
Hey sis, how's it going? And Miss Lost Soul?
What part of John?
Carrollton. Yeah, Carrollton. It's a hour and a half north of Jackson and directly 2 hours south of Memphis, off of 55.
I should have one. Oh my God. I think, unless they put in the phone, I'm going to check and see. They just asked tonight. All night was in my car. I know they expired, so I'm going to use it.
Hey, thank you for the Tiny Donnies. Rawr.
You guys want to share? Please just
Rawr. Oh, ain't that some shit? They kind of. You want me to do it again? Rawr! yeah, Buttercup. I'm sorry. It sounded aggressive.
Thank you for that rose, Bruises.
Ooh. Just one rose. Just one rose.
2015 points will start soon, guys. Thank you for the loving notes. Thank you. Say hi. Say move, Jordan.
No, that's an elevator. Yeah, it's an elevator. Loving an elevator. Living it up when it's going down. Loving the elevator.
What?
Thank you for the dog. We call it the howl noise. That's her favorite. Thank you for the hand. Did you see that dog in there? You'll be a doctor. Thank you for the confetti. She flew to you, Jordan.
I didn't hear him, sorry.
You got me muted. Move at it.
No, I
like, where's Moo? She's a side man. She might only be 2, but she is a rockin' 2-year-old. Her birthday's next month, though. Hello, little white hoe. How are you? I think she's the first person to actually say his username. James, what are you doing? What are you doing?
James, I see you over there, James.
That is a
Alright, Kristen. I appreciate you so much.
that is a wild username too, by the way.
Hey, username. He's friends with Jordan in real life.
Yeah,
Is he really?
yeah, I used to be on our
What?
No.
I totally
I'm gonna
missed
throw
it.
all of our clothes away and just go buy like 5 or 6 outfits to start over.
Where is my little white at? Where's my little white at? Come back, little white. Where's my money, little white?
Oh, relax. Thank you guys for the likes. I don't think we were done with you. He can't see you, baby. Go on.
That is funny.
She loves it. Thank you, MVP Kristen. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Uncle Boo Boo. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Somebody threw the hammer after the fact.
Yeah, Cruisin' did.
The horse. What's the horse?
Do a horse. Do a chicken. You do a chicken.
Do a chicken. I can't do a chicken.
Cock-a-dock-a-doo.
I can't do a chicken.
You can't do it.
No. My voice
Bye,
is
Cruisin'. Thank you. Hey, Angie.
Never welcome in.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, but I just messaged me saying that Andrew wants some puppy.
Go on, baby.
Andrew wants some puppy.
How's it going, patty cakes?
Come find puppy. Hey, Angie.
Karen Land, how's it going?
I don't get any reason at all. Not alone. Anybody, like, ever.
What?
Nothing ever came in and asked me why I was angry at her. I'm not angry at nobody.
One rose.
Last night, Amber, remember? What I drew for you when you were going to get a PhD? Remember? Came to the road.
Michaela, how's it going? I love Jesus. Remember what I said, buddy.
I'm not going to throw for you when you're against PhD. That's what I said.
I love Jesus. Come on now. We had this conversation earlier.
No, I wasn't mad at all. No, definitely not. Definitely not upset. Don't love the story.
He said, Jesus told me I love Jesus. He said, if you can't, if you come in the room, you must send money via Cash App. Yeah. Hey, Michaela.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
It's on her face. I see it. You don't have to, you're just like me. It's Listen, earlier was in one of the lives, I really did go gingerbread mode because I was like, really when her face dealing with my face, I was like, well, I didn't want to be, I was trying not to be mean. I was like, but.
Well, I don't know. Everybody thinks I feel mad all the time. I'm not mad at all. I'm upset.
I had a pretty good day starting off until the school called. When the school called, out the window. Put me in a bad mood.
Are you one of the parents that the names were on the list?
For what?
Oh, there. A friend of mine's school found a victims list where a 6-year-old.
My kid's just been a little asshole to the teachers.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a 6-year-old. Oh wow, no, there's a 6-year. I forget what state she lives in. But there's a 6-year-old that wrote a victims list, and he was.
I watched him throw that piece of cheese first, and I was like, they started the entire mess. Now he's on lunchroom duty. He has to clean the lunchroom and then left the teacher for a whole week. I don't know, like different kids dream of being in a food fight, though. Oh, God, I was in one today.
Well, I've never been in a food fight, but that is kind of my dream.
I didn't do anything. I was like, buddy, you never take accountability for what you did. If that teacher said you go first, well, somebody, I said, no, you got called. You know, you can't blame everything always on everyone else.
Yeah, it doesn't always work.
Oh, sweet.
I ain't take TikTok from Connor. I think he's watching you guys. How you doing? I think Connor's watching everybody too much and catching on to our personalities.
Maybe our kids are just taking after the people that are highest in the country.
What comes out here?
I hope that red and blue light that's flashing is outside. Oh.
That would be so funny to watch you get.
Well, I just.
I can't wait till my kids go to bed. Does anybody read?
No, I don't know how.
Books? Or child?
No, I don't read books anymore.
I don't read books. I like to read James Patterson.
Oh, see, if I good.
We'll find Steve Jordan Peterson's book, and
Yeah, if I'm gonna read a book.
What kind do you read, Dylan?
If I'm gonna read a book, I'm gonna look for it on YouTube so that somebody reads it to me.
Well, that's not really reading a book.
Yeah, but it makes it audio, so.
I read sometimes. But I read my favorite, like, I see like the romance novels. Oh, God. Just not the Bible.
oh my.
Honestly, I think I'm not smart enough for the Bible to do the next grade.
What?
I'm experienced. on fire? Oh, I can pull out like 10 of them right now.
Just start with John and Roman.
I do believe in all of that. I just like being a tribe. But I also don't believe the same exact thing you believe in.
Well, it's good to give her a time with it.
There's different vibes.
What?
There's different vibes.
Yeah, but there's different things, but
And honestly, I feel like when you read the Bible, it's everybody can take the same thing and come up
This
with
is a
something.
reminder. Cats?
oh, really, we're doing this.
Cats.
This is a reminder. Cats?
People do though. Everybody gets their own different conclusions from the Bible. Everybody creates their own ones. I agree with that. They do. I mean, it's not nothing bad. I mean, I'm not meaning that by no means of anything bad or anything. I just feel like you both, like, all four of us can sit down and read it right now, and we're all going to take it 4 different ways.
Yeah, our own interpretation.
I feel like it's like that with anything, though. They're like text messages. It is, because you don't, you just, I don't know. I guess that's a crazy subject. Dylan wants to have that conversation, see? What are you doing tonight, JC? I'll get you on, Dylan. You did something? I think he did. But he didn't me. From his us. I mean, he's on the phone. So I don't know what. Yeah.
Hey, Gina. Jenna. Sorry.
Your party planning? Still? It's the party's expensive though, right?
You're a pit lover, just like me. And a southern Jim.
Dylan says he can do an all-night debate. This is an all-night
Hey.
debate session.
I used to could do it all night.
He's on the phone.
Yeah, but your hair is better looking.
That's what Dylan.
You're welcome.
Well, share. Hey, Dee, how are you? Well, share this out. Where's Haley?
She's flexing.
That's right. We're getting a loss of time. I just feel like this. But I just seen her inbox. For a while, while I wait to wash my shirt. She was on the video. Hey, get off my head. Look. Hey, Angie.
Ah, that's funny.
This is so wonderful. They want her things that she does. And, right now,
Where is... Oh, there it is. There it goes. Unplugged. her on the phone.
More laundry. And laundry and more laundry. They've been working on water lines around here, so our water is constantly going on and off, on and off, on and off. Hello, Santiago.
No. I woke up at 5, right? Yeah, that was what something that won't walk and drive. So.
Do what?
Apparently I'm in pretty wash and drive, so.
You're taking a washer and dryer?
I'm buying a washer and dryer.
Oh. Well, do you need one?
I guess we need new ones, I guess.
No.
Not sure, Carl. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, hey honey, the washer and dryer set is a month old. Now we need to throw it away. It's an antique now.
Where's your body go?
Do what now?
Maybe you can get one on the shop.
Oh no, they're already. Apparently we already bought them.
Oh shit. Well, now you have to make all that money back by saving up your TikTok rewards.
Thank you, Andy. Hey guys, I'm gonna go out real quick and see what else is on there. Maybe try to get Jill on in. And you guys hop in a second. Bye, Buttercup. So what's so sad? Short. Not with the rats.
Yeah, don't make me a pizza. Yeah,
I'll
go.
help you get the washer and dryer. Just don't do me like that. I gotta go. Love you guys. See you, man.
Love your face, Tanya. Come on, Jordan. Okay. Cheeseburger, hamburger, helper. That's alright. Cheeseburger pizza. Better have a lot of meat on it. And a lot of cheese.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh. I don't have any screwdriver on my shit. Oh my god.
How many shirts do I have left
Shirts, bro?
in my crew clothes? Okay.
Oh, weirdo. I sold and pepper my pepper.
I
Pepper on your pizza?
I put a little garlic powder on my pizza.
Okay, that makes more sense than salt and pepper. Or it's just a
And maybe maybe if I feel a little extra spicy, I'll put some Creole on it.
I usually do add extra cheese to my pizza, but this one doesn't need any, so
Yeah.
do that. I usually use Parmesan, and I use it on some patty, so.
Mm.
You're making me want pizza.
Hey, one rose, Big Bess. One rose.
Big Bass? You know Big Bass? I know Big Bass.
Yeah, Big Bess. He's on the same. He's in this. Big Bess is in the same agency as I am. I couldn't think of the word.
Throw me your pizza.
What's your agency?
Jahal Media.
Oh, you're in Jabra? I'm in Jabra.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Is that how you found me?
No. Apparently, I was following Tanya before, and I don't know from where, but. And
Throw your pizza.
there's a piece of it. There's a piece, Buttercup. AC, how's it going, dude?
Diabetes. Number one wrong.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Or like clogged arteries before diabetes.
Oh, no. I have diabetes before I had clogged arteries. Type 2, baby. Proud of it. Huh? What is? Actually, artificial sugars are worse on a diabetic than regular sugar. How? Oh. Well, that's what she said. Oh my. But in Seth Rogen's earlier days, you could pass for his twin brother.
I never really followed Seth Rogen like that. I just don't find it very entertaining, honestly. Maybe it's just that really
The best movie he was ever in was Knocked Up. But to my opinion.
You're not my buttercup, well done.
Oh.
You're not my cup of butter. You're not my cup of butter.
I like buttercups.
You're canceled, Jordan.
Sweetness. I Love Jesus was the MVP. Wow, I won? Holy smack me. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, we got the same score, so I don't see me winning, but it said I won. Oh, my God.
Who liked your live?
Who liked my life? His name is I Love Jesus. Yeah.
I caught you. Fire. One of the dark side coming back. Okay, Carm. What? Says he did. Lie, Carm. I'm not lying. Yes, I have proof. What? That I don't have proof that he came over and got that rob and came back here. Not right. Are you not right? I'm not just things like that in my life. You guys don't have to sight to selective hearing? Yeah. So that's a deprecation. That's a different one. That's my twin sister.
So, who's your agent, Jordan?
What's up?
Oh, yeah, she's my agent too.
Good.
Yeah.
When did you join?
2 days ago?
Okay, that's right.
It might have been yesterday. I was supposed to join on the 9th.
Believe me, let me gaslight you, okay?
What's that? Oh, are you in the Discord yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't. In her server, I'm not sure where we just have general chat. But like, she came into my live one day and then said something to me, and I was like, "What?" And then. Yeah, well, I was an agent for another agency, and then they just like abandoned me back in April, so I was like, okay, fuck. And it took forever for Alyssa to convince me to join because of the crap that went on with the other agency. Yes, I have PayPal. I have Cash App. I have Venmo. Hey, Buttercup. I have about 6 different pizzas in the freezer. You just come on over to the house and you can pick one. No. No, the freezer's just in the kitchen, so you don't even have to come in my room where I'm at. Look, I'm in my bedroom. You can go in the kitchen. That's right off of the bedroom, or right off the living room.
Right off the bedroom?
Yeah. And you can go have any pizza you want.
Stuffed crust pizza.
No. There's hand tossed. There's rising crust. And then there's stuff. There's only like one or two stuffed crust. Chingy.
Buttercup, put your PayPal shit.
You can. My PayPal. My PayPal. My PayPal is in my link tree in my bio. Yep. I just need $4.25. You want to PayPal somebody money real bad? Pack of cigarettes.
Well, I don't support other people's habits on my own.
Oh. Fine. I'll use it to buy. I'll use $10 to buy a pizza. Wink, wink.
Look, if I can't afford to get my pack cigarettes at $9, you're already be able to afford yours at $4. If you can't afford yours at $4, you might want to quit.
Well, until my disability gets approved, I can't.
Oh, my disability's not approved, but again, always something that.
You should get Whitney into battle food. She can make money too.
I for that. She won't fucking do it. She won't.
You're not to get bullshit battles, and that would be a little extra money.
I told her, look.
And she doesn't go to work, so she has to call the time to do the battles. And she can play into the whole mother card. Because you know, like, a lot of people like the whole, like, oh, they should have.
You don't have to play the mother card. You play the you hate George card.
Yeah, but she can play like a lot of the moms go on and the other moms, you know what I mean?
I know. Like, you won't get into it though. Like, I keep on telling her, like, you can do all right on here. Like, you would get a decent following right away.
Maybe I.
And then I know her to enjoy it. I know she would. But she fucking won't.
Well, and she could already have a head start because a lot of people know you, so you can be like, oh, this is my life, you know?
I know, but she won't listen. Then, she never fucking does. She never does listen. No, Jordan, you're wrong.
Maybe.
I mean, it's extra like $50 a week. I mean, that's still an extra $50 a week.
Exactly. Like, whatever.
Maybe I'm thinking.
I'm not pushing on her anymore and talking to her anymore because she's just pissed off and like blows up on me. So,
Yeah.
whatever.
I'm thinking maybe I need to start a fake account and use some of the software that's out there for animating an AI and just become a woman. There are people out there that.
No, she doesn't. You see, hold on. And she won't do TikTok because she's like, present TikTok because I'm on it, apparently. I don't know.
TikTok, according to my brother, whom I live with, TikTok is evil. Yeah, but he's got a learning disability. He's had it since he was a kid. Like, I worked for 45 years and then got injured at work and taken the last year.
For how many years?
45. Well,
almost 70?
No. I worked until since I was 13 years old, and I'll be 47 in a month when I got hurt in December. Yeah, 30 some years. Yeah, I worked for 32 years. Yeah, and your wife would be the stay-at-home mom right beside you. You have the Powerball money.
No, it's gonna be take money for them.
Oh no, you can get a prenup, so she can't have none of it.
If you guys are both stay-at-home parents, you would end up. I'm like, your work right now. How class separate.
You.
I actually probably give away like all my people on TikTok. I probably give it all away.
Or you can spend it all on playing poker.
No.
What is the Powerball anyway? Ain't it like $2 billion or $1 billion?
I mean, it's like in 100 billion.
Oh, 100 million? Okay.
I think the largest Powerball is like 2.9 billion, I think.
Yeah.
But it's in the 100 billion. I know that much. Like, it's always 100 billion.
Then after Uncle Sam takes his share, you only get half of that anyway. So.
The people that say, oh, you should always take the pagan, no, don't take the pagan, take the lump sum that you reinvest and you make $1 billion and $1 Like, people who take the pagan returns are the silly ones. Like, make no sense. Pagan.
Well, if you take the payments, you're paying taxes every week. So, and then you have to file taxes every year. You take the one lump sum, you only have to file that 1 year, and that's it. It's over and done with.
Well, that's not it, though. That's not it, though. Like, you're going to have to file every year if you're smart, if you're going to be reinvesting and making money off the money, right?
Right.
So you're still going to file taxes, but... Someone with 100 mil, how much they actually get that?
100 mil, they get 50 mil.
No, not 50. Maybe a little bit less. Kind of like mid-40s, I would say. I would say probably like mid-40s.
Rob. Oh, excuse me.
But I think usually tax like 50%. I want to say it's like 50%.
It actually depends on what state you live in.
Well, it does, but it doesn't. You have to pay Wisconsin, you already have to pay state taxes, and then you have to pay federal taxes too.
Yeah.
Because the feds can run lottery. Well, what lottery you want.
Like here. Well, the federal tax law is only 12%, and then here it's 24% state. So.
Yeah, I mean, literally the lottery exists as a cash grab for the country, right? Like, it's literally there to keep people poor and for the country or all of that work.
And it's not like, okay, the UK has a great lottery system. As soon as the child turns 16 years of age, they are put into the lottery system. And every week or every 2 days, I think it is, like certain days of the week, they draw their lottery.
Yeah, but dude, like, gambling, there's a gambling crisis over in, like, Europe, though. Like, gambling addiction is, like, so much worse in the UK because they increase so much. Like, over Europe, like, I think the UK specifically, you can gamble at 85. You can gamble up to a pound.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can gamble up to like a pound or something like that. Like, gambling addiction over there is like no fun to go.
See, I did not know that.
Yeah. Like, it's like an actual like, epidemic over there.
When I first got on TikTok back in 2019, I met a girl she was 19 when I met her, but she was on a live, no, not live. She was on her videos talking about how, yes, she turned 16 and three weeks later she won the UK lottery. And I was like, whoa, cool.
Yeah,
and because I responded in her, I left a comment to that video, something about, man, that's cool. I would love to have blah 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 blah. Yeah. They do. But it's alright. And she was just like, well, I'll help you out. And I was like, you can do that? She goes, yeah. She goes, do you have PayPal? And I sent her my PayPal. And she sent me the $2,000 that I needed. I said I have Cash App. She goes, yeah, but you're out of my region because I'm in the UK. She goes, but I can send PayPal. Yeah. Is Buttercup asleep?
I don't think so.
But she is working on it, right? Oh, that's your dog. Spit on that thing! How's it going? Oh, Buttercup, that's my friend, Kelsey. Kelsey is, like, not going to disappear. Yeah.
What's up with the green screen, buddy?
I dug a cigarette butt out of my thing and I'm smoking it. Buttercup. Buttercup is a gingerbread woman. Oh. Now she's a pong table.
Buttercup, do you like my green screen?
Yeah, sure. Who's that you beat?
Oh.
What?
Who's that you beat?
I'm not sure what her name is. Cody something.
Let's see. Xbox or PlayStation?
PlayStation, okay.
Oh.
Alright, calm down, calm down.
I gave up on the Xbox after Xbox 2. Or I gave up on the PlayStation after PlayStation 2.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's another good one. Is that a good one? Do you see it or no?
Yeah.
That is the same one.
Joking.
I put songs on there.
Yeah. What is this one? That's pretty good.
Kind of nice on there.
What?
You can't see me.
I know it's kind of nice. Every once in a while, I'm like, man, I really like the, but I think that was like an accidental screenshot.
You look very happy.
No, what do you mean? I'm never happy. I'm always negative. Oh, you want to see that yet?
I guess he was just excited to see that man.
Maybe.
Down to the mama.
That is.
Okay.
Bounce to Chihuahua.
Yeah, Jordan's got that bounce to mama.
Yeah, let's go.
And
Man, you better watch out for him.
yeah.
I mean, everybody's got their price, right? So.
Lone Ranger Gingerbread. Kick it. How's it going?
That's one of my screenshots. I won $80 off of a dime.
Sweet.
Pretty nice.
Everybody has their price. He's going to try to buy you.
Yeah.
What's your price? Back to Rex?
No, $100.
$4.75. What's your PayPal, John?
$100.
Yo,
That's not too bad, Jordan. You got that.
what? How much?
$100.
Oh yeah, most definitely I got that, but I'm not gonna say anymore. That's my best friend and my brother right there. We're up here for Halloween.
Oh, cool.
Iconic. Where's
Yeah.
Trevor?
Fuck Trevor. That's my brother.
Now that looked like a bloodbath. What?
That's my dad and my brother.
Oh, wow.
That's me.
After the baby was born,
Yeah.
there's mommy.
No. This is actually my brother's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, she's snuggling up with you now.
We don't talk about that. Anyways.
Oh, your brother's ex-girlfriend?
I have 2 brothers, okay?
I have 4. You were lucky.
These are the pieces of things that I brought in my daughter's room.
Oh, yeah, they're nice.
I told you. You said I don't want to know.
That's my Scrabble game. Oh, this is what I have in here.
I need to write a Scrabble game.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, this is what
On the
that's
big
what
one.
my $1.40 spent, $3.57. What else? That's another one. Expensive. This is here's my baby.
Cool.
This is me and a llama. No, but I almost tried to.
Oh. Hey. At least you're not behind it.
Don't pay attention to those that are just silly.
Oh, you.
Yeah, that's me.
Wow.
It's kind of fun. Yeah, really those. This is the booty I want.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Whoa!
I really want the booty.
$816?
Yeah, my last two was like 1,300.
Mm-mm.
Got stolen though.
I just want a pool table.
I won $48 off 15 cents.
Wow.
Hold on. That's the better one.
You're complaining about having to spend money buying new washer and dryer, but you spent $860 on a.
I mean, one's more valuable than the other, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
That was a $200 win on a dollar. That's pretty good.
But did you actually get the money?
Of course.
Yeah.
That was at local tavern.
Ah.
This was what did this one? I think that was a $300 win on a 30-cent or 50-cent bet. $300.
Oh, cool. I need. Are some of those games from on your phone?
No, some of the really earlier ones, but that was a local tavern game. If this was at a tavern, that was something else. Here's my puppy when he was baby.
Oh yeah, he's a cute puppy.
What is that picture? I don't want to show you guys any pictures. Oh, this game was $50 at the Denny's, spending $125 for breakfast. Yeah.
Yep, that's.
Here's my arm. This is my $2,700 I won at Hotel in the Dallas.
Oh, cool.
2,700. Let's go.
MVP is, of course, the Lone Ranger Gingerbread.
No, Carlos is not. Sorry. I didn't know if, I didn't see your comments. No, see. I'm not ignoring. I was just going through pictures. I couldn't see my chat.
Don't worry, I was ignoring my chat earlier because I was looking up at my computer screen.
Flat tire that blew like in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and I waited 3 hours for a tow truck.
Holy shit.
Here's that puppy doing that. You guys can't see it very well. Yeah, that's my 14-year-old. Yep.
Little 14-year-old. Of course, my daughter's 14 years old now.
Look, here's Whitney. Say hi, Whitney.
Hi, Whitney. I'm not sure who Whitney is. Is Whitney your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Hey Sal, how's it going?
Hi, Danica. How are you, Danica? I wish I had a vehicle right now, but I don't. And I know that. Better not come back. What is that? No, you're a song, man. I hope he's not actually getting locked up. One more time, won't let me out. On my head. The bag on my head. Buttercup, come back.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Fight it up.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes.
No?
Everybody's got their price.
Okay, $14.99. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. 20 bucks, maybe. Come on. Yeah. 20 bucks, bro. He has to use his body weight to keep himself out of the fuck up.
Sorry. Buttercup. Buttercup. All right, Buttercup. Not sure where you're at, but it was nice meeting you. I'm gonna hit the streets. Love your face. Jerry, where you at?
What's that?
I said, where you at?
I'm at home.
Okay. It looks dark. Well, the.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I have my inside voice right now. I have one going to bed, and I have one still doing homework.
Oh yeah, I got you.
We had a late night shadow volleyball game. So.
And the hurricane has come and passed.
It's gone. Sarah girl, thanks for the roses. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it ended up turning more easterly, which helped us out a lot.
Yeah.
So we didn't get near as much as the rain and rain as they said. So that was great. I put almost everything back in place today.
Cool.
Yeah. Ryan, thanks for the light.
No, now tomorrow it'll turn around and instead of heading north, it'll come right back out.
If that happens, everybody can get ready because God's going to.
Oh well.
Yes, Brett, I am safe. Thank you for asking.
He's coming anyway, whether we like it or not.
Well, I mean, like, if that happens and it turns around and comes back tomorrow, everybody better get ready tomorrow. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. All God has to do is say, you know what? I'm tired of the bullshit. Let's go.
Right. Thanks for the likes. Thank you, Supergirl. You guys look up Supergirl Takeaway, guys.
Hello, Millie. 2002.
Let's go, guys. Welcome in, party.
He came back tomorrow and be like, hey, God, I need a pack of cigarettes. And you give me $4. And he'd be like, I can just calm your nerves. Oh, okay, cool. Cool, I already knew that guy, but I just thought I would try you one time. See? Hey, cool, I heard somebody getting their live gold. That's awesome.
Yes, Supergirl is killing the live gold.
Oh. Yes.
He's like MVP of
Hey Vader, how's it going?
all time MVP.
Lone Ranger gingerbread girl. Excuse me.
MVP surfer girl, everyone.
I do a dance with my favorite sis. I'm sure she meant I do a dance with my favorite sis.
Surely. Yes, surfer girl.
It's good, Vader. It's good. Trying to figure out how I'm going to come up with about $5-10 for a couple packs of cigarettes. But other than that, I'll be all right. Yeah. It's like I said, it's going. Had my surgery, Vader, and got my stitches taken out. Monday, was it Monday, Cherry?
It's been a week. Or this Monday will be 2 weeks, right?
No, my stitches came out on the 9th.
Okay. So
Yeah. So this Monday I got my stitches taken out. And thank you, Vader, and Lone Ranger gingerbread girl. Surfer Girl is a good friend of Cherry, so you gotta watch her.
She's awesome.
She will snipe.
She's awesome.
Oh, yeah, Mona, you know what? Oh, thank you for the heart, me, Vader. Yeah, I mean, I feel a lot better since I had my surgery. It's just dry right there. Yeah, I told you guys she's a sniper. She never comes into my chat.
She's dedicated.
She is. Wow, really? Where did this carpenter ant just come in from? Come on. Here, have a little, rubbing alcohol, you dodo head.
Let's freaking go. Surfer girl.
Thank you.
Brian, welcome to everyone else that's out there.
Yes. Yeah, they don't like rubbing alcohol. MVP is Vader and Lone Ranger girl.
I didn't know that they didn't like
Oh man, it kills them instantly. Well, it unalives them instantly. Hey Nikki, how's it going?
I know what unalives rain frogs, tree frogs.
Tree frogs. Nikki, how's it going? Love your face.
Yes, I have.
Thank you for the heart, me.
I have 10 big windows across the back of my house.
Yes.
And they love to come on the windows.
Well,
At night. So in the daytime, I catch them sleeping like above the windows. And I've tried everything. Like I used to
Yes.
put them on a broom.
Oh yeah.
But it was hundreds of them. Separate girl in the basement. So I was like, you know what? I did bleach. Would work well. So I started buying
I'm doing good, Nikki.
a little palm sprayer. One drop hits them. They're done.
Wow. And it's vinegar?
Bleach.
Oh, bleach. Oh yeah, bleach. Hey, I bleached a fire ant hill one day out in the yard.
That it got them, huh?
Oh man, they did not like me.
Yeah.
And the 2 or 3 that got away, they ended up not going far.
My circle girl needs some help here. Where's our help? Where's our backup bug?
Surfer girl is a good girl. I'm doing good, Nikki. It must be morning where you're at, Nikki. Love your face, Nikki. Thank you so much. It's Vader time.
No, I don't like that, Surfer Girl.
What's that?
She's like, it's always like that when you start a battle. You're like,
Oh.
that sucks. Stay a while. Ask for shares. And thanks for the likes. Thanks for the follow.
Yeah, that's a first. Carpenter, yeah, just my lost soul. How's it going? Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Vader. Thank you, my lost soul. Oh, I like it when the lady creeps. Thank you, thank you. Telling you. Nikki, thank you for the dolphin. Thank you so much, darling. No, we need is the whale. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for the dolphin. It's the final countdown. Oh, thank you for the dolphin. Ooh, thank you for the cowboy hat. That was a snipe. MVP is Nikki. And Vader. Let's do it again. Yeah, we got to. You beat me the first one, I beat you now, and...
Right, Surfer Girl? I guess that's why I was kind of confused when I read it. Right. Okay.
Thank you, Nikki.
She may be the one that falls asleep last.
Oh, who's that? Oh, usually at this time of night, I am asleep.
Yeah, I wanted to get on earlier, but it didn't work. It didn't happen. For the likes.
we're all Gen X.
I know you're not Surfer Girl.
Yeah. Surfer Girl's not Gen X.
I would say Gen Z, huh?
But either way, she's a beautiful woman.
Eric, you're an older Gen X. No comments, but
Excuse me.
now that song's stuck in my head. Oh my goodness.
What the? I lost. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you, guys. I was trying to start my print on my 3D printer, so I was not paying attention. Yes, it was. Yes, ma'am, and I'm being summoned to my computer, so I love your face, Carrie, and I will talk to you later.
Yes, have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Alright, guys. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry that I ignored you guys. You guys have a good night.
Question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What are things people believed in the 1990s that they no longer believe in now? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What Hey guys, it's September 11. Where were you when the world stopped turning in 2001? List in the comments. Hey guys, it's September 11. Where were you when the world stopped turning in 2001? List in the comments. Hey guys, it's September 11. Where were you when the world stopped turning in 2001? List in the comments. Hey guys, it's September 11. Where were you when the world stopped turning in 2001? List in the comments. Hey guys, it's September 11. Where were you when the world stopped turning in 2001? List in the comments. Hey guys. Hey guys, question of the day. What is the movie's opening scene that sold the entire film? List in the comments. Hey guys, question of the day. What is the Hey guys, question of the day. What are things
numerous celebrities and influencers that have had horrible people create AI pornography videos of them, which is their face, and it looks like a very real person. And the courts basically have no idea how to work all of this out, because what's considered intellectual property, what's considered going too far. There is no legal foundation for any of this up to this point. And I personally watched many people's lives be completely destroyed already because of AI pornography that they did not consent to participate in. There have been numerous celebrities and influencers.
Y'all just bear with me. It's gonna start again. I've been trying to fix this. Alexa,
What's the temperature in my room?
The my room temperature is 83.7 degrees.
oh! Alexa, master light on.
Okay.
God.
This is a reminder. Hey, John, take your night meds. This is a reminder.
Hush.
Hey, John, take your night meds.
All right. Alexa, turn off master light.
Okay.
Alexa, turn on shelf.
Okay.
Alexa, YouTube.
Getting YouTube from Roku.
Alexa, turn on the hall light.
Okay.
Alexa, turn off hall light.
Okay.
Alexa, what's the current temperature in my room?
The my room temperature is 71.8 degrees.
Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 66 degrees.
Alexa, what time is it?
It's 11:53 p.m.
Alexa, what's the low tonight?
Overnight, you can look for rain, with temperatures around 66 degrees Fahrenheit.
Sorry.
Russian President Vladimir Putin threatens the West. Don't let Ukraine use.
Two top allies of former President Trump are warring on social media about a bigoted social media post mocking Vice President Kamala Harris's Indian heritage, exposing fault lines within Republican candidates' inner circle. Right-wing activist Dora Loomer, a former congressional candidate with a lengthy history of anti-Muslim comments, and Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene have been engaged in a war of words on the social media platform X, including calling Loomer appalling and extremely racist for her recent comments. Loomer quoted a Sunday Post in which Harris was talking about her Indian heritage and said that if she wins the election, the White House will nominate her.
where Trump is real, y'all. Taylor Swift has had to cancel a couple of concerts because of the terrorist threats that come with open borders, and her fans are saying, yeah, maybe the guy wanted to build a wall, the guy wanted to like protect our nations, our countries, decide who's coming in. Maybe that guy is for us. Maybe Orange Man good. Swifties are posting videos all across the internet saying we are for Donald Trump. Sexy MAGA hats, pink MAGA hats maybe, at Taylor Swift's next concerts. Videos like these popping up in everyone's feed. And Swifties even taking photos with Donald Trump and saying this.
I think this movement is super awesome, but also super important because it's no secret that millions of young female voters consider themselves Swifties. And we don't want them to have to choose between loving Taylor Swift and supporting her conservative ideologies in the ballot box in November.
Where Trump is real, y'all. Taylor Swift has had to cancel a couple of concerts.
When it happened, I saw the light and then it just felt like a baseball or something hit the top of my head. When the lightning struck, I think it was so powerful that it felt like a whole weight was put on our head. Like it felt like something hit us. We were wearing hats and we made the metal on our hats attracted it.
A few feet in front of her, Peyton saw some of her friends fall to the ground.
And I fell and I was on the ground and I remember getting back up and I just saw him on the floor seizing. It was such a weird feeling. I can't even describe it.
According to the Sevier County Sheriff's Office, some 50 youth in the group from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints felt the lightning shock, though it appears no one was struck directly.
You know, my mom and dad were also with a different company, and they had a boy just completely fall down. When it happened.
Let's get into my road cosplay. This thing is so... It's not what I want. We're just going to have to live with it. Okay, that took some usually time to get a suit on. The suit, the jacket, we have my boot covers, freshly modified. We wear the white stocking. And then we have these boots, which don't really match my belt, which I can get myself. So let's go! Dislocate my shoulders in this part. See these, I put Velcro on the back of them and on the front of the pants. To get these in this color, I had to buy 5. I wear 6. Pretty much a size too small. That's cute. And let it on down. Good. Yeah, so it's not an entirely fun process, but I do really love this cosplay. I'm looking to make some upgrades to it soon, but hope you'll like it. Let's get into my road cosplay. This thing is so... It's not what I want. We're just going to have to live with it. Okay, that took some usually time to get a suit on. The suit, the jacket, we have my boot cover.
I was raised in the South, and we have a lot of kudzu in the South. And that is just a vine that is almost impossible to get rid of. Dads are out every summer yanking these vines off the tree. And because we dealt with kudzu literally every summer, my mom related dating to kudzu. And so her theory is that if you notice at the beginning of this relationship, when you're just starting to go out with somebody, there's a red flag, maybe they're not a good fit for you, your goals aren't aligned, you should end it then and there. Because if you continue to get emotionally invested, if you sleep with them, so you get physically connected, they're going to entangle themselves in your life. It is going to be like you are the tree, and they are the kudzu vine, literally crawling up and attaching themselves to you. When you finally decide to break up with them, or that it really is not working, you're going to have to literally take an axe and hack the vine down. It is going to take so much physical effort. When you're breaking up with them, it is going to be so emotionally tumultuous and harder than if you would just gotten rid of the vine right when it started to grow. Raised in the South, and we have a lot of kudzu
Right
in the
now,
South.
it's
And
70
that is
degrees
just a vine
Fahrenheit.
that is almost
Today,
impossible to get
expect
rid
a high of
Dads are out
75
every
degrees.
summer yanking these vines off
The my room temperature is 71.1 degrees.
Yeah, just another Planet Fitness allowing biological men in the women's room. What could go wrong?
3 days a week, I go to the same gym and I change in the locker room, and it's always the same thing. Well, today, as I was changing and I was topless, I look over and a man that works at the gym is coming out of the women's restroom. And he looked at me and we made eye contact, but I did not have a shirt on, I did not have a bra on, and I just feel really violated. And I just went to the front desk and I was like, that's unacceptable. And I basically went off and cussed this dude out. And then the chick at the front desk, she's like, Leon, like, he was talking to you calmly. I'm like, this is a big deal. And also at this gym, they have a free membership for teenagers all summer. I'm like, what if that had been an underage girl who was just, I don't know. I think I'm just triggered, but it just really upset me. And it upset me that, like, they were so nonchalant about it as if it's not a big deal. I think it is a big deal.
Make sure to like on this video. If you haven't yet, subscribe or follow down below for more daily news. It's another Planet Fitness allowing biological men.
Now, you would expect that a woman who has just lost her husband in such a sudden and shocking way would be riddled with grief. But what Corey did the next day is really the opposite. One day after Eric died, Corey threw a massive party at this new property, the one that Eric did not want her to purchase. Turns out this party was to celebrate closing on the estate, so she had not closed on it before he died the way that she had said. Oh, and guess what else she did? She asked that Katie, Eric's sister, leave their house so that she could grieve. Katie was understandably shocked and incredibly pissed about this, and the two of them got in an argument. And it was during this fight that Corey found out for the first time that Eric had made Katie power of attorney before he died and had written Corey out of his will. And obviously this was shocking to Corey, who thought that everything that belonged to her husband now belonged to her. You would expect that a woman who has just lost her husband in such a sudden and
You're a female TikToker with hundreds of thousands of followers who's dropped a bomb on modern day feminism and is getting nothing but love.
I'm good. I don't need any more rights. So, if you're gonna advocate, do it for yourself. Because your girl is good, okay?
I think I'll pass. Okay.
I can do all things that my husband can do. Some of them I don't want to do. I don't want to do. That's a boy job. That's a girl job. Please keep the rest of us out of it. We don't need a woman president. Oh yeah, I said what I said. That is a man's job. We are too emotional. We might be able to find out what they did on July 25th, 2006. We might be able to find out who they dated in 3rd grade. But we are too emotional. When somebody pisses us off, and then wake up in the morning and go, that's probably not a good idea.
Female TikToker with hundreds of thousands of followers just dropped a bomb on modern day feminism.
Mexican beer meats, bold flavors and spices.
Okay.
Videos, cooking tutorials, sports-related content, and just about everything in between. But sometimes, YouTubers become involved in some strange mysteries, some of which are later found to be completely trivial, while others are more sinister and remain unsolved to this day. YouTuber Isa Twema, better known to his followers as Twigs, was not only becoming well known among the YouTube community, but was also making serious headway on Instagram and Vine, where he amassed millions of followers. In just 2 years, his YouTube channel had grown exponentially, with more than 2 million people subscribing to his content, including singing quirky parody songs and recording humorous videos. In fact, he had achieved such success that he scarcely had a moment to himself, as fans would often follow him wherever he went, even showing up at his house and, on a few occasions, phoning his parents to ask questions about his life. By 2015, when he was 19 years old, Twain decided that he would pursue his YouTube career full-time. and in order to do so, he quit school. The following year, he undertook a 22-city tour, during which he performed the songs that his subscribers had come to know so well. He spent time with his fans and, as a result, was making a lot of money. But as is the case with many YouTubers, he soon started feeling stressed with the constant pressure of creating videos. And he would later state that he started feeling as though he was losing himself, and that he no longer felt as though he was being genuine on camera, but rather presenting a facade. He found that this started to create doubt in his mind over who he really was. And before he knew it, he became insecure and felt that his self-confidence had taken a serious hit. This was the very opposite of the character that he had created, and a few people knew that he was actually struggling with depression and a history of being bullied. Then, one day, Twains suddenly disappeared, and his channel went eerily quiet with no video uploads whatsoever. What caused his fans and followers even more concern was the fact that both his Instagram and his Twitter accounts had been deactivated, and rumors started to swirl as to what had happened to him. Some of his followers became convinced that he had passed away, resulting in thousands of messages from concerned fans asking if he was okay. For months after his sudden disappearance, viewers left comments on his YouTube videos, asking for clarity, but for the following year, there were no replies and no updates. His followers would later learn that despite his quirky, outgoing, and over-the-top performances on YouTube, Twains was actually a very shy and reserved person in real life, and he would later admit that he was ill-prepared for the negativity and drama that goes hand-in-hand with being a YouTube star. He also pointed out that people who follow YouTubers closely often forget that they only see a small slice of that person's life, and that there are always other issues to deal with when the camera's on rolling, which only adds to the pressures that they're already experiencing. Twains would return to YouTube in August of 2017, but he decided to change the channel so that it would reflect his more genuine personality. But he still performed parody songs and pulled off pranks on unsuspecting victims. He also gave advice to inspiring YouTubers, reiterated that they needed to prepare themselves for the amount of negativity that they would experience, and that they would be better served by spreading positivity and joy on the platform, and that this would attract a more forgiving audience. Sometimes, the pressures of being a YouTube celebrity can take their toll as content creators need to keep producing videos on a regular basis in order to garner enough views and hence get paid. These pressures have been the downfall of many a social media star, and in some cases they never return to the platform of their choice, and choose instead to live a normal life out of the spotlight. This is seemingly what happened to Asana O'Neill, an 18-year-old model who gained a substantial following on Instagram, Tumblr, Snapchat, and YouTube, with her videos that advocated for veganism and healthy living. At the peak of her success, Asana had over 600,000 followers on Instagram, and although her YouTube channel wasn't quite as popular as her other social media accounts, she still managed to gain hundreds of thousands of subscribers, netting her upwards of $2,000 per month from that platform alone. She's also receiving free clothing from different fashion brands and sponsorships, leading her viewers to believe that she was living an idyllic life for an 18-year-old, and that her online future was looking very bright. But in 2015, everything changed for Asana, when, according to some of her posts, she no longer felt that she was living in the real world, and the longer she stayed online, the worse she felt. This resulted in Asana making the decision to delete all of her social media accounts, which meant deleting over 2,000 photos from Instagram alone. The photos that were left on her account had their captions altered to reveal the truth behind them. Some of these photos were fake promotional images, while others took hours and hundreds of shots to get just right. Some of her selfies had been edited with multiple apps and filters, and on some occasions, she would end up taking an array of selfies just to have something to upload. She started to realize that she put too much value on what other people, most of whom she never met, thought of her, and she knew that she had to make a change before the stress took its toll. And so she removed much of herself from the internet before posting a video to YouTube in which she explained why she made the decisions she did, and that she would not be returning for some time. But not everyone was supportive of her decisions. Some fellow YouTubers and social media influencers accused Asana of intentionally creating drama so that she could gain more followers. As unsupportive and far-fetched as this may seem, It made sense, as she gained a further 400,000 followers on Instagram before her account was finally deleted, resulting in even more people believing it was all a hoax. She also faced severe backlash from influencers, who theorized that she became disillusioned by Los Angeles after her relationship with her boyfriend ended, and that she only started speaking out about the pressure of being a social media star because she no longer had the drive to keep creating content. Many of Asana's followers were left in the dark as they were unaware of the YouTube video that she had uploaded, and they started worrying that something untoward may have happened to her. Whatever the case may be, Asana vanished from all of her platforms and started focusing on her personal life, rather than the fake one that she had created. She then created a website called Let's Be Game Changers, on which she spoke about the dangers of using social media the wrong way, and she continues to spread as much positivity to her followers as possible. Kevin Wu, better known to his YouTube followers as Kev Jumba, had humbling beginnings in his online career, as his first ever YouTube video was of him breakdancing in his backyard, and not surprisingly it didn't receive many views. But with time he started understanding the platform a little better, and his content started to gain a bigger audience. As soon as he started seeing success on his channel, he decided to quit school, and he started uploading comedic content that fared much better than his dancing. As he started gaining more recognition on the platform, he would start receiving sponsorships from companies such as JCPenney and T-Mobile, and he started working with other famous YouTubers such as Jessica Lee Rose, Ryan Higa, and Philip DeFranco. Kevin would eventually feature his father in some of his videos, and before long they were asked to participate in the popular reality TV series The Fantastic Race. He also landed roles in feature films including Hangman, Upman, and Revenge of the Dragon. At this point, Kevin had over 2.6 million subscribers and more than 323 million views on his channel, and it seemed as though he had a firm understanding of how to be a successful YouTuber. But then, in 2013, Kevin suddenly stopped uploading to his channel, causing great concern among his fans, some of whom were well-known Hollywood celebrities, including Jessica Alba and Ella New. Speculation almost immediately ran rife, with some of his subscribers pointing to the fact that he had jokingly referred to being in a cult in the past, and some people speculated that he'd now either been taken by the cult or decided to step away from social media to concentrate on his beliefs. Others believed that he decided to start studying Buddhism and that he was in the process of becoming a monk, or that he had left YouTube after finding success in Hollywood and was now focusing all of his energy on becoming a successful actor. There were also rumors that he was working at a school in Africa that he had built, and that he had decided to become a full-time teacher, or that he had simply had enough of the internet fame and decided to live a quiet and normal life instead, focusing on completing his college studies. For years, there was no word from Kevin, and some of his followers became convinced that he'd passed away. And they were right to be concerned, as Kevin did almost lose his life. He would later reveal that he had been hit by a car and had to be hospitalized for 45 days as a result. When he was released from the hospital, his father decided to move him to Houston so that he could care for him until he made a full recovery. Kevin would eventually set the record straight, explaining that he hadn't been in a cult, but that he had indeed been studying Buddhism, since he had a lot of respect for Buddhist monks and their way of life. He would eventually return to the channel, but changed its name from Kev Jumba to Kev, and he since stated that he would continue his journey of becoming a successful actor. He didn't reveal any specific details about the accident or the injuries that he suffered, but stated that it was thanks to his father that he made a full recovery. And so, the mystery behind Kevin Wu's disappearance had been solved, much to the relief of his millions of followers. Youssef, the owner of the FusiTube YouTube channel, found success on the platform by mostly uploading prank videos, and by 2017, he'd seemingly perfected the art as he reached over 10 million subscribers. But Fusi didn't merely find success through prank videos, as he had initially uploaded skits that detailed his childhood that he spent in the Middle East. But as soon as he switched to this more popular type of content, his channel quickly skyrocketed, with some of his videos reaching over 100 million views. Despite already being popular on YouTube, Fusi also uploaded many blogs in which he spoke about the importance of remaining positive in life, and he spread as many motivational messages as he could. Not only was he seeing amazing numbers on his channel, but he was also making a lot of money from his videos. And on some occasions, he would upload videos in which he displayed some of the more extravagant items that he purchased. He would also take aim at drama channels like Drama Alert and Scares, since he felt that these channels were easily duped into covering content that had either been faked or wasn't really seen as dramatic. To bring his point home, he collaborated with another YouTuber called RiceGum, and together they pretended to start a heated exchange with each other online. Millions of people took notice, with the first of the posts being retweeted more than 500 times in the span of a few seconds. This was followed up by a video showing the two men having words outside of RiceGum's house, and to everyone's shock, it became physical, with RiceGum taking a swing at Fusi and striking him in the face, causing uproar among both men's followers. He would later reveal, though, that the entire fight was choreographed, and that the video was made with the sole purpose of showing how easy it was to create dramatic content, which was then swallowed up by the drama channels like the two previously mentioned. But not everyone took it as the light-hearted video it was meant to be, as they felt that Fusi had gone too far to make his point. His channel would see a further small setback when he revealed that some of the pranks on his channel had been faked. But the channel continued to thrive, and in 2017, he received a diamond play button from YouTube. Fusi then started telling his followers about an event called Hate Dies, Love Arrives, which would be held on the 15th of July, 2018, and it was attended by a healthy crowd that then had to leave the venue after someone called in a fake tip that there was an explosive device in the building. The venue was evacuated and shut down, but Fusi decided that the event should still continue in the venue's parking lot. Here, he got into a verbal altercation with a fellow YouTuber known as Keemstar, and his fans started to worry about his mental health. Fusi would appear on a podcast a few days later to explain what had happened, but this also deteriorated into a shouting match, during which he told another internet star, Sam Pepper, quote, "I'm a real man, and I don't need yes men on the internet to tell me who I am." Then, in August of 2018, he stopped uploading to his channel, triggering fears among his followers that he may have harmed himself, or that his mental health had deteriorated to the point where he had to be hospitalized. Given the strange videos that he'd uploaded just before disappearing, many people started asking for updates in the comments section of his videos, but they received no reply, causing even more concern for his well-being. Fusi would later reveal that he'd been taking off prescription medication that he'd been taking for years, after which he used a different medication that had an adverse effect on him. He added that he lost all of his money and personal possessions in the span of one summer, and that he had no self-respect left. He stated that he was undergoing therapy, which seemed to be helping, and that he had the support of his family after being booked into a rehab facility. In September of that year, he made the decision to give his YouTube channel away, so that lesser-known content creators could use it as an exposure tool, and the mystery behind his hiatus had been solved. The Miss Hannah Minx YouTube channel, owned by its creator, Hannah Wagner, was created in 2008, just a few years after YouTube was officially launched. Hannah had a love for everything Japanese, and she dedicated her channel to the Japanese language and the beauty of the country, which she wanted to share with as many people as possible. The channel quickly became popular due to the ease at which she taught Japanese and the quirky outfits that she wore in her videos, and before long she accrued as many as 600,000 subscribers. She introduced a segment on her channel in which she would feature a Japanese word and a phrase for each week, and her followers waited with bated breath for each video to be released, with the most popular of these gaining 10 million views. After her success on YouTube, Hannah was invited to play parts in 2 movies, the first of which was The Devil's Carnival, which was released in 2012, the second being a movie called Sleigh Bells. But on the 9th of August 2013, Hannah uploaded one more video to YouTube, after which she suddenly disappeared, causing much consternation and confusion among her fans. Not a word was heard from the YouTuber, resulting in the director of one of the films hiring a private investigator to find out where she was. It soon came to light that a woman of the same age as Hannah had passed away in a traffic accident, and her fans became worried that it may have been her, but it was soon revealed that it was, in fact, another woman who had lost her life. Others speculated that she'd grown tired of all the attention she was getting from her videos, and merely decided to step away from the spotlight to live a quieter life. Though there was no evidence to support this theory, what made this situation all the more strange was the fact that Hannah didn't merely leave her channel unattended, but she deleted almost every video that she'd uploaded over the years, something she'd done in the past before suddenly returning to her channel. There were even rumors that Hannah had been kidnapped, though this rumor was quickly unfounded. It would later be revealed that Hannah had entered into a dispute with her manager, and that this had such an effect on her that she merely decided to quit making YouTube videos without any warning to her subscribers. It came to light that Hannah's manager owned the rights to all of the content that she had created, and rather than enter into a legal dispute over the matter, she just decided to move on with her normal life. Some sources state that she's now married, and that she and her husband have 2 children. She's also deactivated her Instagram and Twitter account. Allie Speed, better known as just Allie, joined YouTube years before she became a well-known YouTuber. She made her first appearance in a YouTube video in 2009 on a channel owned by her boyfriend, Charles Trippy. Soon after their relationship started, Allison also started uploading videos to her own channel, focusing on lifestyle content and personal vlogs. In 2014, Allison and Charles's marriage would come to an end, and she started uploading even more content to her channel, gaining a healthy following in the process. But rumors about the couple's divorce soon got out of hand, with some people claiming that either Allison or Charles had been unfaithful. Others speculated that one of them wanted children while the other didn't, but all of these stories were addressed and dismissed by both Allison and Charles. But soon after the split, Allison's fans were left in the dark as all of her social media accounts suddenly went quiet. Charles was still uploading content to his channel on a daily basis, documenting and showcasing his life, but he made no mention of where Allison had gone. Fans grew concerned, and soon forums were created on several websites on which fans theorized on what may have transpired. Twitter users pointed to the fact that the couple had been fighting a lot in the months leading up to the split, and that they were at loggerheads over the future together. In one podcast, someone close to the couple stated that they were constantly arguing when the camera was off, and that those close to them were certain that they would split up before they eventually did. Fans posted to various social media sites asking for an update on where Allison was, but they received no replies and were left to speculate. Since Charles had been in ill health leading up to the couple's divorce, some fans suggested that it may have taken a toll on the relationship, and that Allison merely decided to go her own way. Others pleaded for the couple to get back together, as they'd been following them online for years and erroneously believed that they had the perfect relationship. But as most of us know, not all is what it seems when it comes to the internet. Some fans immediately caught on to what was happening and wished Allison all the best until she felt ready to return to her online status. Allison has since returned to YouTube and continues to post videos about her daily life, but she no longer uploads daily vlogs like she used to. Following her divorce from Charles, Allison started dating an old college friend named Chase, but this relationship also came to an end a few years later, after which she started dating a fellow Twitch streamer named Lauren Scott. Though there is no official explanation, it's assumed that Allison merely took a much-needed break from her online life to deal with her divorce and the after-effects that it had on her life. Though Charles has been candid about the split and his life afterward, Allison has chosen not to speak about it too much, and is seemingly focusing on the path that lies ahead of her instead. Most YouTubers who are considered to have gone missing eventually return to the platform after a hiatus, which sometimes lasts years. But they usually provide an update on why they're no longer updating, and they're welcomed back with open arms when they do return. But the case of Nicholas Sonderecker, a YouTuber who made a few appearances on the popular YouTube channel Explore With Us, is one that's yet to be solved, as he remains missing to this day. Nick, who owned the YouTube channel Sunspeak, gained some popularity on his channel thanks to the vlogs that he uploaded, most of which featured him dancing to songs playing in the background. Nick created his channel on the 5th of October 2009, and his first video was uploaded that same day. He then created a series entitled A Dance a Day, which he kept alive until the 4th of December 2014. The last video that was uploaded to his channel was uploaded on the 5th of May 2017, His channel has been quiet ever since, despite his disappearance only occurring the following year. Members of the Explore With Us channel learned of his disappearance when one of their subscribers notified them that he was missing, and they then got in touch with his friend Austin, who they met with Nick one day while they were in the middle of a live stream. Austin then informed them that on the 9th of September 2018, Nick and Austin were spending time together at Austin's house in Salton Sea Beach, California. At around 2:30 a.m., they were getting ready to go to bed for the night when suddenly they heard someone screaming on the other side of town, according to Austin. The two men instantly knew something was wrong, but they couldn't agree on whether they should investigate in case someone needed help. Before they could decide, though, Austin fell asleep and only woke up hours later. As soon as he did, he noticed that Nick was no longer in the house, and he went out to look for him. He would report that he found Nick's flashlight about a block from the house. When investigators arrived to aid in the search, they found that the pants that he was wearing and one of his boots, along with his sharpened blade sleeve, had been found near the water, as Austin described it. His wallet and keys were never found. Austin stated that he reported Nick as missing straight away, but the Imperial County Sheriff's Office listed Nick as last being seen on the 12th of September, which is 3 days after Austin claimed to have seen him last. On the 18th of September, Austin went out once again to see if he could find any trace of Nick, and this time he found his hat and shirt in an area that had already been searched underneath a few trees that were situated just a short distance from the house. In messages to the Explore With Us channel, Austin stated that whoever was responsible for Nick's disappearance could still be in the area, and that he needed to be careful while searching for his friend. Austin stated outright that he believes Nick's life had been ended by someone in the area, and that they left the clothes to be a possible warning. Members of the Explore With Us channel conducted their own search for any sign of Nick, but were unsuccessful. They've since spoken to Austin and asked him to join in the search, but he failed to reply to their messages. They then learned from Nick's cousin that the information given by Austin was contradictory to the facts of the case. It would come to light that both of Nick's boots were found along with his wallet, which, according to Austin, was still missing. It's also not been made clear who found the rest of Nick's clothes during the subsequent search, since Austin claims he stumbled across the items while some sources claim that Nick's brother was the one who found them. They were also told that someone found an imprint of Nick's body on the ground where some of the items were found, but it's not been made clear what exactly this implies. Strangely, there's very little information on Nick's mysterious case, and Austin has since stopped communicating with the Explore With Us channel. Austin is described as having black hair and brown eyes, weighing 185 pounds and standing 5 foot 10 inches tall. If you have any information on this case, you're urged to contact the Imperial County Sheriff's Office at 442-265-2021. Most YouTubers create content that's either funny, uplifting, or in some way entertaining. But there are some content creators that use the platform for more nefarious reasons. And by all accounts, Rashad Jamal, whose legal last name is actually White, falls into the latter category, as he's a self-proclaimed New Age prophet. Jamal has gained over 84,000 followers on Instagram, 176,000 on TikTok, and more than 50,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. In his videos, Jamal preaches strange beliefs and claims to have been brought to Earth to heal the planet of the damage that's been done by humans. He's accused certain athletes, most notably NBA players, of being synthetically made robots, and that the governments of the world are able to manipulate the weather in whichever way they see fit. Jamal also has a checkered past with the law, as he's been accused of serious crimes that he committed before fleeing to an off-the-grid community, which was found living in tents in the woods. Some of his followers have also had brushes with the law, and many people have described his online community as an out-and-out cult. In January of 2024, though, the group fell into media spotlight once again, when 6 of the members simply disappeared without a trace. In a report given by the Berkeley Police Department, which also considers the group to be a cult, they stated that they found Jamal's followers living in a house in St. Louis, owned by 25-year-old woman Michaela Wickerson. Wickerson is one of the missing members, and her mother has stated that she contacted authorities months before she disappeared, but received no help. She also added that her daughter was manipulated by Jamal and the rest of the group. resulting in her cutting all ties with her family, quitting her job, and taking all of her money from her credit cards, likely to fund Jamal's operation. Witnesses who lived next door to the house reported seeing Jamal's followers worshiping the sun outside on the house's lawn every day. They also saw them digging in the front yard for reasons unknown, and added that they often saw them running around with no clothes on when it started raining. Investigators have searched the home where the cult was staying, but have not released any details on whether they have any clues or not. They also became aware that the cult is anti-government, and that Jamal encouraged his followers to go off the grid. If you have any information on the missing cult members, or have any information on this case at all, you're asked to contact the Berkeley Police Department at 314-524-3311. In December of 2023, 32-year-old Carlos Candreva was a successful Brazilian social media influencer, as he had 18,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel, on which he discussed current affairs and relationship issues. He was also known to be a DJ programmer and a poet, and on the 30th of December 2023, he posted to his Instagram profile, stating that he was enjoying a trip on the MSC Preciosa cruise liner, which was headed to Rio de Janeiro from Sao Paulo. On board with Carlos was his girlfriend, Victoria Momenso, but just a few hours after posting to Instagram, things would take a turn for the worst, and Carlos remained missing today after he seemingly went overboard. Victoria told investigators that she and Carlos got into an argument when he noticed some texts on her phone from other men. She added that they'd been arguing lately about whether or not their relationship was exclusive, and he became jealous when he saw the texts. He also saw screenshots on her phone of conversations she had with a few of her friends, in which she stated that Carlos might be thinking of ending her life. She reiterated that she still believed this to be the case before he disappeared. Upon discovering the texts, Carlos became infuriated and stated that Victoria was making a fool of him, and that he felt like a clown. He added that he could never see Victoria with someone else, and that it would traumatize him for life. Then, according to several fellow passengers, he did the unthinkable. Without a further word, he ran to the edge of the ship and threw himself overboard, leaving Victoria in complete shock. The alarm was immediately sounded, and a search of the ship was conducted, but no sign of Carlos was found. Over the next few hours, 2 boats scoured the area in hopes that Carlos would be found, but to no avail. The ship was eventually cleared by the Coast Guard, and it continued on its way to Rio de Janeiro. The Brazilian Navy has since taken over search efforts, but has not found any sign of Carlos to date. Victoria understandably hadn't received medical attention for shock after the incident, and she left the cruise the following day to relay her version of events to investigators. Some missing person cases boggle the mind when an experienced outdoorsman suddenly vanishes while out in the wild. And the case of 32-year-old Finn Creedy follows the very same narrative. At the time of his disappearance, Finn was working as a survival teacher at a company called Wildcat Bushcraft, and he'd started a YouTube channel on which he documented some of the hikes that he undertook. In some of his other videos, he demonstrated how to build effective shelters and how to survive out in the wilderness when temperatures dropped below freezing. Finn hails from Easter Ross in the Scottish Highlands, and on the 25th of March, 2022, he decided to go for a hike to Gulspie Beach from his starting point in Lochnaber. He told his family that he would be gone for 2 days, but that he would be back home by noon on Saturday. But Finn wasn't merely heading out to enjoy the outdoors. He planned to use footage of this hike on his YouTube channel as a finale to the 2nd season of a series that he had created. His wife Lucy was in the process of opening a botany business, and Finn had promised her that he would help fill orders for delivery on Mother's Day when he returned home. He then drove to Gulspie Beach, where he left his car, and was then given a ride by a family member to Lochnaber, reaching his starting point at around 2:15 p.m. Lucy intended to keep in touch, but noticed that evening that Finn hadn't read any of her messages, and since he was using his phone as his only camera, she became concerned. But by Sunday evening, he still hadn't returned, and she started to think that something was wrong. The following morning, Lucy checked with Finn's workplace and was told that he never arrived for his shift. Upon hearing this, she immediately contacted the police to report her husband as missing. A search was quickly organized with the Coast Guard, searching the lot while searchers scoured Finn's intended route with the help of helicopters. Surprisingly, they found no sign that Finn had been in the area. There were no campsites, none of his personal possessions were found, and investigators were left dumbstruck. For the next month, volunteers and professional searchers did their utmost, but were unable to locate any sign of Finn, and eventually the case went cold with no further development. It would later be revealed that Finn had left a voicemail on Lucy's phone immediately after reaching Goldsby Beach, where he left his car. In the message, he stated that he loved her and he was proud of her, and investigators found it strange that he never replied to Lucy's subsequent message. They also discovered that his phone had been switched off before he was meant to start his hike, since it last pinged off a tower in Laird Village. This was concerning since Finn was very prepared for his hike, making sure that he had ample battery life on his phone, since it would also serve as his camera. When all search efforts failed to produce any results, Finn's family continued to look for it. They created posts on social media sites, printed and handed out flyers, and returned to his intended hike route multiple times, but still couldn't find a single clue that would reveal what had happened to him. A group of hikers would later report that they had seen Finn about 3 miles from his starting point on the day that he disappeared, and they added that he seemed to be in a good mood and that he didn't seem distressed in any way. Investigators have received several other reports of sightings of Finn, but none of these were found to be credible and didn't amount to anything of use. Finn's family has since stated that it seems as though he simply vanished into thin air, since not a single trace of him was found on his intended route. Lucy told one media outlet that it felt like he was sucked into a vortex, but stated that she would never stop looking for him. The last time that Finn was seen, he was wearing a brown leather jacket, a green poncho, and brown boots. He's described as having long brown hair and a full brown beard. He stands 5'11" tall and has freckles on his arms and nose. If you've seen Finn or have any information on his disappearance, you're asked to dial 101, quoting case number 0912 of the 28th of March, 2022. There are certain parts of YouTube that are not for the faint of heart, as they contain videos that have caused many viewers to have sleepless nights, thanks to the inexplicable videos that can be found on certain channels. What makes these videos all the more disturbing is the fact that they contain no context, and hence it's up to the viewer to decide what they mean, often resulting in a slew of conspiracy theories that are often just as terrifying. One such video was uploaded to a channel called Raider Dog in May of 2011, and many of the comments left by viewers state that it's one of the most unsettling clips that they've ever watched. The strange video starts with a woman who's standing in a house's hallway. She's wearing what looks to be a wedding dress and looks directly into the camera with a strange, menacing expression on her face. She then approaches the camera, lowering herself down to do so, before turning around and walking away. The scene then transitions to show her wearing normal clothing, and she once again approaches the camera with an unsettling walk, before once again gazing into the lens. She's then shown in a different white dress, but this time she's depicted as being pregnant, and as she gazes into the camera this time, she does something completely unexpected. She reaches under her chin and pulls a latex mask from her face, revealing that she actually looks completely different. She then fixes her hair, still with a strange expression on her face, before the scene changes once again, showing the same woman sitting at a table with a piece of cake in front of her, which she then begins to eat. Every time she takes a bite of the cake, she looks directly at the camera, and she repeats this process until the cake is finished. Next, the video cuts to her eating a banana from start to finish, while she glances at the camera. Surprisingly, in the next scene, she once again reaches under her chin and begins to pull a second mask from her face, but the footage ends before her real face is revealed. While all of this is happening, haunting music can be heard playing in the background, making each scene more disconcerting than the last. Many people left comments asking Raider Dog to explain the video, but they only received short replies that gave no further context. It would later come to light that the video had actually been uploaded to a channel called Zaja's Room, which belongs to someone who creates latex and plastic masks. The first mask in the video is made of plastic, while the second is constructed from latex. The channel owner uploaded a video to show how realistic their masks were and showed the woman eating in order to showcase how the masks would react in that situation. Once these details came to light, commenters stated the video seemed much less scary since they now had some context. But no one is certain why Raider Dog decided to upload it to his gaming channel, and why he refused to give any information to his followers in the comments section. Some YouTube channels are truly strange, as there's no indication of who the channel owner is. They have no information in the channel's About tab, and the videos that they upload seem to serve no purpose, other than leaving viewers confused. The Deeper YouTube channel contains a total of 40 videos, each one as strange if not stranger than the last. They have strange nonsensical titles, such as AKT LASA, or Zaza equals, Proxia, or long strings of letters that seemingly have no meaning, which is the case in the last video that was uploaded to the channel on the 17th of June, 2019. This clip, which lasts just over a minute, begins with a black screen and a strange humming sound that increases in intensity as the video progresses. We then see the first visuals after about 18 seconds, but this brings no clarity to the video, as it shows the floor in someone's house, distant buildings with their lights on in the night, a wooden door with a silver doorknob, and not much else. In another video titled BSHLK, we can see a broken light bulb lying on the floor, while a strange distorted voice can be heard speaking in the background. One Reddit user would eventually figure out that the words being spoken in the background were taken from a Daniel Johnston song entitled Poor You. The lyrics being used in the video are, quote, "Hi, how are you? Every morning he got up, dreading each moment he had to be awake. He'd look at the floor, scribble on gum wrappers. He'd never found a better way to joke around. The clock would tick and time would slow. There wasn't anywhere he wouldn't go to avoid having to see anyone. He'd sit in a chair and lean against a wall, but that didn't seem to matter much at all." Visually, nothing further happens, as we're merely left with the image of the broken light bulb rolling back and forth on the floor, leaving many viewers scratching their heads in confusion and spawning many strange theories. Many viewers believe that the videos on this channel contain coded messages that, when deciphered, relate to cold missing person cases, and that the uploader somehow had a hand in these cases. What we do know is that the channel suddenly stopped uploading after 5 years, and shortly after the last video was added, a post appeared online in which it was revealed that the original uploader had passed away. The post does state that there's a lot more footage that was meant for the channel, and that the videos might be uploaded in the future, but to date, this has not been done. The post ends by saying, "Please keep your eyes, hearts, and minds open." The theory that the uploader was involved in missing person cases has been all but dismissed, since it's unlikely that someone would post incriminating evidence to YouTube, and so no one is certain whether the videos were part of an art project, or whether they were merely created to instill a sense of discomfort in those that watch them. Others believe that there's something more sinister to the videos, as some show images of an abandoned basement that contains chains and other unsettling items, much like scenes that are often depicted in horror movies. Whatever the case may be, it's a very strange channel that's caused a lot of speculation online, and we may never learn the true purpose behind these videos, which many people think might just be a good thing. One of the greatest mysteries in life is whether there's life after we pass away. It's a question that's vexed us for centuries, but it's also one that can never be answered by any living human. This was the thought process behind the creation of a video called Dining Room Where There Is Nothing, which was uploaded to YouTube on the 31st of July, 2010, by a channel owned by a man named David Earl. The video starts with a pale-skinned woman sitting in front of a pair of windows with her eyes closed. She's dressed in a white dress and can be seen holding a spoon in her left hand, while a fire blazes outside the windows. She then suddenly opens her eyes and looks directly into the camera.
Old Smokey, come on, live a little.
Tense look on her face. All the while, melancholic piano notes can be heard playing in the background, making for a pretty spooky scene. The woman then begins to speak as the camera zooms out. Her words seem like gibberish as they make no sense. She then pitches forward, causing her face to end up in the bowl that she was eating from. The camera continues to zoom out, revealing a long table with a white tablecloth and another bowl and spoon sitting on the opposite end. The fire continues to blaze outside, and for a few seconds, everything remains the way that it is. But then the camera starts to zoom in again, and the woman suddenly sits up, looking into the camera once again. She can then be heard saying, "There is nothing," in a strange, almost mechanical voice, before she closes her mouth and eyes again, bringing the video to a close. Eagle-eyed viewers quickly realize that the clip is actually only half the length, and that the first half is played backwards. This means that when the video is looped, there's no telling where it starts and finishes. The video caused a lot of speculation after it was uploaded, with many commenters stating that it gave them an unsettling feeling whenever they watched it. Others stated that it was an amazing art piece that was meant to evoke strong emotions, since it dealt with the topic of the afterlife. Some commenters speculated that this is a depiction of hell, given the flames that can be seen in the background, and the fact that the clip can be played forward and backward, symbolizing the endlessness of being in hell. Others believe it was merely a statement that there's no life after death, since the woman seems to lose her life, then comes back to life to state that there's nothing, referring to what she saw in the afterlife. The creator of the video would reveal that he was trying to depict his paradoxical desire to prove that there is no afterlife, and that he attempted to do so by showing someone who had this proof, a woman who comes back to life. The truth behind the unsettling video has finally been revealed, but many people stated that this did little to detract from the creepiness of the visuals and the feeling of uneasiness that it instilled in them. While some viewers marveled at the message behind the video and the unique way in which it was created, many more have vowed never to watch it again, since it had a profound effect on them that left them with unanswered existential questions of their own. Some YouTube channels may not be as creepy as others, but they still contain an air of mystery, since it isn't known who the channel is owned by, or who the actual creator of its videos are. This usually leads to a lot of speculation among internet sleuths, who do their best to solve the mystery, and the channel called Russo is no exception. The channel was created on the 2nd of March 2018, and has since garnered over 5.1 million subscribers. The videos that are uploaded to the channel are all of Russo playing the piano, but what's captivated Russo's viewers is the fact that his videos contain lines and dots that show anyone playing along which notes he's playing, and instead of seen by some as tutorials to playing the piano. But despite the channel having millions of subscribers, and the videos gaining hundreds of thousands of views, no one knows who Russo is, since he's never revealed his face to the camera, instead choosing to focus on his hands and the piano keys. This prompted many internet sleuths to do a little digging, and it would soon come to light that Russo is a classically trained pianist with over 20 years of experience. He's also hailed as the fastest artist without any previous online presence to gain more than 1 million and 2 million subscribers on YouTube, which is no small feat, since this milestone was reached in just 18 months. When people started speculating about his identity on Reddit, many people stated that the songs were being played by multiple people, since they believed the hands in some of the videos belonged to different people. But this simply isn't the case, since we know for certain that Russo is one individual. Others marveled at his talent, and were amazed at the fact that the artist isn't much better known. Others stated that they didn't see what all the fuss was about, since they considered Russo's playing sloppy and inaccurate. They added that this could be thanks to the type of piano that he uses. At one point, the channel stopped uploading videos, and it was suggested that this was done due to copyright issues on YouTube, or that the artist was going through some personal issues. One Reddit user claimed that almost a year's worth of Russo's videos have received copyright strikes and had to be removed from the platform. They added that the artist then stopped uploading, since he was afraid that too many strikes would result in the channel being deleted. In 2022, Russo's channel reached an unbelievable milestone of receiving over 1 billion views. According to the website compassmg.com, Russo is planning to start touring in the future, but no date has been provided, and it's uncertain whether this is still in the works, since there's very little information available online. Whether Russo's identity will be revealed in the near future remains unknown. If he were to do so, his following is likely to grow even further, but for now, he remains a faceless artist who chooses to focus on the music rather than celebrity status. It's usually the case that when a YouTube channel starts to gain a lot of followers, it's supplemented with other social media pages such as Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, among others, since it's been exposed to a larger audience, which results in more subscribers. The YouTube channel, It's a Gundam, is no exception, since its creator has many followers on these sites, despite the fact that he's never revealed his true identity and remains anonymous to this day. What is known is that he was born in Tortuga, Hawaii, before later relocating to New York. He also revealed that he has 2 dogs, one named Fluffy and the other named Choo-Choo, along with a cat named Smokey. The It's a Gundam channel was created on the 19th of February, 2015, and at first uploaded videos in which he reviewed anime episodes, movies, TV shows, cartoons, music, and video games. But his time on the platform has not been without controversy. On the 13th of May, 2020, he uploaded a video in which he took aim at the subscribers and followers of a Twitch streamer called Pokimane. This followed a post by one of Pokimane's followers who stated that they'd been unable to pay their rent for 4 months and that they had been evicted since they donated all of their money to the streamer. This prompted Pokimane to fire back by stating that the post was just a joke, but she then suggested that It's a Gundam sponsors should drop it, and so a bitter feud started. This had the opposite effect, as It's a Gundam's video quickly gained over 700,000 views, and eventually they were able to make peace with Pokimane after an apology video. But before this happened, one of It's a Gundam sponsors dropped him as Pokimane had suggested, resulting in a wave of backlash from other YouTubers who felt that she was too sensitive and didn't know how to accept constructive criticism. But there are still many people who dislike It's a Gundam's demeanor in his videos, as he's often criticized female content creators, and in doing so alienated many would-be subscribers for this channel. He's also had feuds with other YouTubers, one of which is called Content Cop. It's a Gundam and Content Cop each created videos in which they criticized the other, which also resulted in arguments among their fans and subscribers. He was also asked to apologize after he made some insensitive comments during a live stream on his channel. He would later acknowledge that his remarks were in bad taste and issued a full apology, but he once again divided opinion, and in the process lost many subscribers. Despite all this, his channel still has over 770,000 subscribers who enjoy his comedic antics and reviews of popular video games and anime series. It's a Gundam is known to have strong opinions against cancel culture, and he's even created a series on his channel in which he criticizes the New York Post newspaper, since he believes the paper is too conservative. A visit to It's a Gundam's Instagram page also doesn't reveal anything about his identity, since it contains many photos, none of which are of his face. For the time being, it's a YouTube mystery that remains unsolved, and only time will tell whether we ever learn It's a Gundam's true identity. Makeup tutorial videos are some of the most popular on YouTube, with some of these content creators having millions of subscribers who tune in to learn how to apply makeup properly and professionally. One such channel is owned by a woman named Jacqueline Hill, and it's proven to be immensely popular, as she currently has over 5.5 million subscribers. She often shows her viewers how to get the same makeup effect as some well-known celebrities, such as the Kardashians, and even offers advice on how to stop consuming alcohol. Her most popular video is entitled Smoky Cat Eye Tutorial, and has received more than 16 million views since it was published in August of 2012. She's also appeared in a video with Kim Kardashian, and as is to be expected, that video proved to be massively popular, getting 11 million views in 6 years. But the channel has also seen its share of controversy. In 2019, she released an independent makeup line called Jacqueline, but soon after the products were made available to the public, she received a slew of complaints. People who used the products claimed that the lipstick included in her makeup line contained mold, and in some instances, hair. Following the backlash, she uploaded a video to YouTube in which she stated that she had undertaken an investigation to find out what had gone wrong during the production of the lipstick. She made sure to state that none of her products had expired, and that the mold that people were talking about was actually oxygen bubbles that appear on the lipstick's surface when it cools down after production, but this shouldn't happen. She then stated that the hair that was found in the lipstick was transferred to the product via white gloves worn by lab workers, but added that the products are still safe to use, and that she would be using a different laboratory in the future.
Do you know that the buck has the backs of drivers 50 and over?
Who's the buck and who says I'm 50 and over?
The Hartford buck. You could save hundreds when you switch to the Hartford.
Okay, maybe I am over 50.
Ah, now I gotcha.
Get a free quote today.
This hotel is a family of brands with a hotel for any traveler you want to be, like a craft cocktail connoisseur at the Cambria Hotel bar. Or Mr. Tackle the Inbox who has room service time at a Radisson Hotel.
Ooh, effervescent.
Excuse me. Sorry, I just,
Something? Yeah, come on in.
Oh, no, I just wanted to order.
To coming into the bar. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. But write this down right quick.
State that Jacqueline deleted all of her social media accounts following the backlash, and even took her brand's website down after promising to refund anyone who received an inferior product. But the biggest controversy surrounding Jacqueline came in July of 2021, when she sent out an alarming tweet that left her followers divided. The post, which was added on the 11th of July, read, quote, "Two guys were literally trying to physically pull me into the car while I was alone outside. Thanking Jesus that I'm okay, but it was so traumatizing." Many of her followers replied with concern, asking if she was alright, and expressing their relief at the fact that she was able to get away from her would-be abductors without any physical harm. But not everyone was as accepting of her claims. Many people took to their own social media platforms to speculate whether the report was merely a publicity stunt to draw attention to her channel, with some stating that she would never have gone through that experience without phoning the police afterward. They also pointed to the fact that she'd recently released a bronzer makeup product that didn't do very well, and that her claims were likely made in an attempt to gain more customers. This theory was only fueled when Jacqueline released a new makeup collection titled Hot Tropics just 3 days later, causing even more speculation as to whether she was being truthful or not. When she became aware of these accusations, she took to her social media to hit back, stating, quote, "The fact people are accusing me of lying about what happened to me this weekend is absolutely disgusting. You are the reason why so many people don't speak up about things that happened." She then explained that she hadn't gone into detail about the incident, since she was still processing exactly what had taken place, but promised to make more details available later on her Instagram account. She also felt that the criticism against her was unwarranted, and feared further backlash if she spoke about it. She added that she would never be going anywhere alone again since it was a terrifying experience, and she never wanted to have it happen again. It isn't known whether Jacqueline was being truthful about her kidnapping ordeal or not, but most of her followers seem to have decided to give her the benefit of the doubt, and continue to follow her every move on social media. Steven Saros is a treasure hunter who's been searching for a lost treasure that's rumored to have been aboard a Spanish ship when it sank. He's uploaded many YouTube videos to his channel, in which he keeps his subscribers informed on his progress. And on the 25th of October, 2019, he added a video in which he recounts the legend. He states that in 1610, King Philip of Spain ordered that 3 ships had to be built in Acapulco. These ships only had one purpose: to harvest pearls that could be found along the coast of Mexico. The ships would have 26 oars, making it easy to navigate through the water. And in 1612, they were ready to set sail. 40 Portuguese pearl divers accompanied the crew, and soon they started hunting for pearls, a very lucrative endeavor, since pearls were more valuable than gold at the time. As the ships made their way along the coast, they would often stop to trade with the locals who'd been collecting pearls for some time. But on one occasion, things didn't go quite to plan. Upon arriving at one particular village, a deal was made that the sailors would trade a basket of clothing for a basket of pearls. But soon after the trade was completed, the chief of the village became outraged when he found that the basket of clothing had been damaged by worms, and he fired an arrow at a commanding officer, injuring him and forcing him to flee back to Acapulco. The 2 remaining ships continued looking for pearls, and before long they came across a beach where thousands of pearl-bearing oysters had washed up. They gathered as many as they could and set out once more. But their joy was short-lived, as one of the ships ran afoul of a coral reef, causing serious damage to the hull. The cargo from the sinking ship was then transferred to the other, and the decision was made to continue hunting for pearls rather than to return to Acapulco. The ship continued on its way and made its way into an estuary. Before long, the ship reached a large lake, and here the captain decided to head back home. But water levels in the lake had dropped dramatically, and the crew found that there was no way out of the lake, since the ship kept getting stuck on sandbanks under the water. They managed to keep the ship sailing for a further 3 days, but eventually it ran aground, and it was abandoned with any cargo that could not be carried. The crew returned to Acapulco weeks later, but the abandoned ship was never retrieved, and was eventually buried by the same sands that grounded it. In November of 2019, Saros stated that he and his crew had found something in the desert where they believed the ship had been abandoned. He released a disclaimer in which he explained that he would not be showing any of the team's faces on camera, since it would be a safety risk. He also wouldn't be disclosing the area that they were exploring, since they didn't want anyone finding the treasure before they did. This video was uploaded 4 years ago, and since then, there have been no further updates. It isn't known whether Saros and his team ever found the pearls they were looking for, or why he suddenly stopped posting videos to his channel. Some people have speculated that it was all a hoax, or that he really never found anything, and decided to step away from the platform to avoid embarrassment. Whatever the case may be, it's a YouTube mystery with no answers, and it's likely we'll never learn what became of Saros' treasure hunt. Alex Bale is well known on YouTube for creating SpongeBob SquarePants conspiracy theory videos, but he's also the creator of an ARG called Happy Meat Farms, which tells the story of the Bynes family, who start farming with animals in Orlando, Florida. The family vows to raise their animals humanely, unlike the farms owned by large corporations. But soon after, the father and mother perish in a house fire, leaving their daughter, Ramona, to run the farm. She found that the farm's humane practices were not profitable, and so she partnered with an unknown person to become one of the largest meat-producing companies in the world. She would eventually be replaced by a look-alike, and this is where the YouTube channel, This Place Is Not Happy, comes in. The channel only contains 5 videos that have been spoken about at length among internet sleuths, as their creator remains unknown. One of the videos is entitled Happy Meat Farms HR Orientation Video, and it starts with Ramona introducing herself, but she's soon interrupted by a warning that flashes onto the screen. It states that the video is the sole property of Happy Meat Farms Inc., and it's only authorized personnel who are allowed to watch it. The viewer is then told that the company is happy to have them on their team, and they just have one job, to feed a creature called Mother. They're given 3 rules to follow, which are to not touch anything, to not look at anything, and to have fun. The viewer is then given a virtual tour of the facility, after which Ramona appears again to wish the viewer well. The last video that was uploaded to the channel was added on the 17th of October, 2023, and it shows a news broadcast in which the viewer is told that a fire has broken out at Happy Meat Farms. Visuals show firefighters attempting to contain the blaze from the top of a crane, and the newsreader states that everyone in the facility succumbed in the unfortunate accident. A deep voice can then be repeatedly heard saying, "Mother is dead," before a series of numbers flash onto the screen, and the video ends. The channel, which has 184,000 subscribers, has left many people baffled, since not everyone is familiar with the ARG's backstory. But it has been suggested that the fictional fire was started by Ramona as an act of revenge against the new owners of the farm. Many commenters familiar with the plot stated that they found the new developments surprising, and that they looked forward to the next installment. As for the video's creator, they remain unknown, and have not given any hints as to who they are, or why they created just 5 Happy Meat Farm videos. Most YouTubers have no qualms about revealing facts relating to their personal lives, since their faces are visible to anyone who watches their videos, and in most cases, it helps them gain a larger following. But there are some YouTubers who choose to remain anonymous against all odds, and despite this, still make a success of their channels. One channel named I Am Nobody 89757 has done just that, and its creator, who's only known by their voice, has stated that they wish to remain anonymous, since they don't want recognition for their real name, but rather their contribution to the platform. This has led many people to theorize that the username contains clues as to their real identity. but some people speculate that the number 89757 holds some significance. But this is mere speculation, since they could simply have been added automatically when the channel was created. As for the videos that they create, they seem to cover a wide range of subjects, including philosophy, politics, and even emerging technologies. Many people have noted that they seem to be knowledgeable in the field of law, as they regularly advise viewers who have questions about legal issues. This includes the revision of legal documents, free consultations, and referrals to other legal professionals. They've also stated that identity is not merely fixed or static, but rather a dynamic process that's formed by one's actions and interactions with others. They've also spoken out against the labeling of people, stating that the race, gender, nationality, and profession should not be factors that people are judged by, since they're often inaccurate, insensitive, oppressive, and limiting, since they keep people from discovering their true selves. Social media users first became aware of I Am Nobody 8975.
Let's get real. Your butt's not perfect, but at Orgain, we support them all. Whether you're toning up a bubble butt, or powering through with that peach, Orgain is the protein-packed nutrition you need to achieve your goals. Orgain, it's real nutrition for real life.
Creating strange posts and linking to weird websites. This made people sit up and take notice, and before long, speculation ran riot as to their identity. Many of their comments and posts contain numbers 333 or 1111, along with the different shapes that many internet users believe may be clues to their real identity. But these are yet to be unraveled if this is indeed the case. There have also been suggestions that the username is part of an ARG, but again, there's no evidence to prove that this is the case. According to some sources, I Am Nobody 89757 has received threats after exposing corruption, but has never been tracked down. There have never been any hints as to how old they are, where they live, or what their gender is, but they have apparently hinted that they hail from somewhere in Asia. While other YouTubers dream of becoming famous and making a lot of money, I Am Nobody 89757 has stated that he has no interest in fame or riches, and that they're only concerned with making a difference in the world. This hasn't stopped internet sleuths from trying to discover their true identity, though, but they have had very little, if any, success, which led to a lot of speculation. It's been suggested that they're working for the government as an agent, and that the username is used as the cover. Some people think that it isn't one individual, but a group of hackers that all operate under the same handle. Then there are those who have suggested that I Am Nobody 89757 is an AI bot that belongs to a clandestine organization, likely due to their cryptic posts and the symbolism in their posts. Whether the user is a real person, multiple people, or an AI program remains to be seen, and at present their identity remains a YouTube mystery. The YouTube channel, All Seeing Advisor, has been described by some people who have viewed its contents as an ARG, while others believe the videos fall into the analog horror genre, meaning that it's an offshoot of found footage and is usually posted to the internet. The channel was created on the 28th of October 2012, the same day that its first video, entitled Don't Look My False World.avi was uploaded. It begins with a high-pitched sound, after which a man can be heard saying podcast number 16. A man with a beard can then be seen on screen, but he then walks out of the room that he's in, but he returns after static is heard. He then tells someone off camera, "That's creepy, isn't it?" After which the screen switches to texts that reads, "You can't escape. Did you think you could hide?" Next, we see a drawing of a face with a huge smile and blank eyes. Someone then carries the camera outside, and text flashes across the screen reading, "Don't look at me." The person holding the camera walks down the street while talking to someone else who's also off camera, and the same text appears again, along with a face that now has crossed out eyes. They then come across a piece of paper on the ground with the words "Look up," and when the man with the camera turns around, he sees a figure with a mask dressed in black that then comes charging at him, prompting him to run away. The video ends with the words that "You've been advised" appearing on the screen. The second video, Spoken Word, starts with the word "advised" flashing on screen before the same creepy face and the words "Spoken Word" appear. It also contains other phrases, including "I'm listening" and "speak," while strange distorted sounds play in the background. The third video is entitled Hide.abi and starts with words, "We interrupt this program to bring you this important message. We are not escapable." We then see the interior of the same house in the first video, along with the phrase, "We have found you," before the footage cuts to the outdoors again. The words, "You know too much" appear before the same figure in black makes an appearance. It chases after the man once more as the words, "You cannot escape," "The intruder," "We know where you live and sleep" appear on screen. We then see the distorted figure of a person who seems to be looking at the camera while strange sounds play in the background. The last three videos are called Jason, Response, and Woods, respectively. The first of which announces that the game has started with a new player. It's also revealed that the answers that are being sought lie at the end of a road. A few characters are then introduced. It's revealed that the man dressed in black is the intruder, while another figure in a gas mask is known to be Mr. Black. There's also the null, the shadow, and the advisor. We then see text that reads, quote, "Having your friend do this was a terrible mistake," and that the team of characters has been given their orders, which are to take Jason away. The last video reveals that Jason's task is to go into the woods where a present will be waiting for him. He's given a hint that reads, "It stands the tallest, it stands alone. Down the path of noble you will go." It adds that if the envelope is not collected within 24 hours, he'll be forced to do terrible things to those close to him. It's a strange series of videos that may conclude one day, but for now remains an unsolved YouTube mystery. Kenny Beach, known as Snakebit McGee online, was a small-time YouTuber who filmed himself exploring the caves and mysteries of the deserts in Nevada. Kenny told his followers that for the last 20 years, he had dedicated his free time to exploring the landscape and had encountered things that would frighten anyone. Despite scorching temperatures and a lack of equipment, Kenny was one of those lucky YouTuber explorers who barely escaped alive. However, this would all change in 2014, when one comment would ultimately lead to his mysterious disappearance. Kenny had made a few YouTube videos, but what really caught people's eye was one comment underneath a video titled "Son of an Area 51 Technician." This one harmless comment would lead to a years-long mystery and the active and open investigation into a missing YouTuber. In the comment, Kenny wrote, quote, "That ain't nothing. I'm a long-distance hiker. One time during one of my hikes out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating came. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that's ever happened to me." This comment attracted a lot of attention, and commenters were begging Kenny to explore this mysterious cave. So that's exactly what he did. Unfortunately, Kenny was not in the habit of carrying a GPS device, so the exact location of the end cave was unknown. In one video, Kenny took his viewers along as he tried to find the cave once more, but failed to do so. Kenny and his viewers didn't want to give up that easily. And on November 10th, 2014, Kenny Beach set out on his last ever hike. He kissed his girlfriend, Sharon Pilgrim, goodbye, and headed towards the Chute Mountains in Nevada. According to Sharon, Kenny only planned on staying in the desert overnight, and when he failed to return home 2 days later, she knew something was wrong. Sharon called the Las Vegas Police Department and reported Kenny missing. Within hours, the LVPD headed into the desert and were able to track the signal from Kenny's phone. His phone was later found near an old mine shaft that Kenny had shown in his videos, chronicling his quest to find the mysterious end cave. Multiple searches of the area were conducted, but ultimately no sign of Kenny was ever found. Following his disappearance, Kenny's YouTube channel grew in popularity, and many still ponder the mystery to this day. Some believe that Kenny discovered something he shouldn't have, and either a government organization or something worse caught up to him. It's also possible that Kenny became injured while in the desert and was unable to get back to safety. Until more evidence comes to light, or Kenny makes a statement, It appears that his mysterious disappearance will go unsolved and become a part of YouTube lore. Paranormal Lana, also known as Alana G, was a small-time paranormal YouTuber back in the early 2010s. Her content focused on paranormal stories and ghost stories, with a sprinkling of other true events. During her time on the platform, Alana garnered over 50,000 subscribers and had a dedicated fan base who were excited to see what story she would cover next. With her bright and outgoing personality, it's easy to see why people flocked to Alana's channel. But then one day, everything changed. Alana stopped posting and mysteriously disappeared, never to be heard from again. In 2015, Alana premiered her new series, Vampires Over History, and both herself and her fans were excited to see where the series would head. Alana had slowly gained traction, but not all of her fans were adoring. She had recently begun to receive hate and sometimes violent comments. These comments would escalate in the coming months and turn into something very dangerous. On September 3rd, 2015, without warning, Alana's channel simply disappeared. Her social media accounts had also been deleted, and fans were left puzzled. People came together to try to solve the mystery, and remembered that a few months ago, Alana had made a shocking post on her social media. In the post,
the industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The gods have spoken. You need a new, clean, heavenly body wash with Native.
Lost Mississippi Medicaid?
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Healthcare.gov is here.
a post, Alana explained that she was being stalked by an unknown individual and was beginning to change how her social media operated. Many began to wonder whether this stalker had harmed Alana, or whether the pressure of the incident had forced her to come off the internet once and for all. The timing and rashness of Alana's disappearance chilled her viewers, and since her channel was deleted in 2015, she has never been seen or heard from again. Paranormal Lana is now known as a YouTuber who mysteriously disappeared instead of a warm and friendly paranormal YouTuber who put a lot of effort into her content. In 2006, father and son, Joe and Garrett McCullough, joined YouTube under the channel name of Mac Adventures. The duo set out to record their adventures into the unknown with a specific focus on Area 51. Area 51 is the most hotly debated area in the U.S. and comes with a plethora of conspiracy theories. Hundreds upon thousands of people flocked to the channel to get a glimpse of the duo as they tried to expose the truth of what was happening in the U.S. Then, in 2016, one of their videos went viral, sparking controversy and ending with the disappearance of two famous YouTubers. In October of 2016, the channel uploaded a video showing Joe and Garrett being surrounded by mysterious men in camo outfits as they approached the perimeter of Edwards Air Force Base. This area is restricted access only, and the government and those stationed at the base do not take kindly to intruders. Many believe that Area 51 is hiding secrets of aliens and advanced technologies, hence why the security is so tight and nobody is allowed in. Mac Adventures set out to purposely uncover what's going on in Area 51, but as shown in the last video, they ended up running into trouble. The video carries on with Joe and Garrett being surrounded before eventually escaping with their lives. Joe and Garrett ride off on their bikes, and that was the last time anyone ever heard from them. After Joe and Garrett failed to make a follow-up video or social media comment, their fans began freaking out. Their video went viral, and wild conspiracy theories began popping up. As the two had been hassled by strange men in camo close to the Edwards Air Force Base, their fans began to believe that the U.S. government or a government agency had captured them because of what they had discovered. Theories flew around for months, and many believed that Joe and Garrett were never coming back after they exposed government property and potentially secrets. These rumors and theories continued to swirl for a few years, and the interest in their mysterious disappearance did not seem to dwindle. The paranoia intensified, and their fans were extremely concerned for their well-being. Then, 2 years later, out of the blue, Joe appeared on a live stream, telling everyone that he and Garrett were alive and well. The YouTube channel, Explore With Us, decided to dig deeper into the mystery and received screenshots from an Instagram DM with Garrett. Garrett is extremely cryptic in his answers, saying FDC is 6 months, which Explore With Us interpreted as Federal Detention Center. In their video, EWU recorded no record of Joe or Garrett being detained as federal inmates, leading many to believe that the father-son duo may have been trolling their audience. Garrett would then leave a cryptic comment on the EWU Instagram post saying, quote, "This is the reason why I didn't respond to you. I knew you were fake news looking for views. YouTube page doesn't actually care, nor could you handle the truth." While this is technically a solved case, as both Joe and Garrett are alive and well, there is still an element of mystery. Why did the two abandon their channel, and what are they referencing with "nor could you handle the truth"? Dasha was the brainchild behind Spy Kittens TV, a YouTube channel that delved deep into conspiracy theories within our world. Dasha primarily focused on theories around the Illuminati, leading her to garner a wide audience from around the world who were interested in diving deeper into this bizarre and mysterious supposed organization. By 2018, she had amassed over 273,000 subscribers and was active on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and Patreon. It appeared that all was going well for Dasha. She was gaining momentum with her content, and her fans were interested and captivated by it. Then, in July and August of 2018, the popular conspiracy YouTuber simply disappeared. She stopped posting videos, and all of her social media fell silent. Her last Instagram post was made on August 12, 2018, and she's never been seen or heard from since. As Dasha was silent, her fans flocked to her Instagram account and began commenting, asking for any sign that she was alive and well. Soon, theories began to spread that Dasha had been kidnapped or arrested because of the information she was exposing. Many in the conspiracy community hold this collective fear of being taken by the government for the information that they are exposing, and Dasha was not immune to these fears. One comment theorized that Dasha changed her name and moved to a new channel called The Witching Hour. The channel posted its last video 2 years ago, and it's not been confirmed whether this belongs to Dasha or not. Unfortunately, there's a lack of solid evidence in Dasha's case, and it continues to remain mysterious and unsolved. 28-year-old Nicholas Sonderegger of Salton Sea Beach, California, will always be remembered by his family as happy, outgoing, and adventurous. His family created a website to memorialize him, and all of the photographs display Nicholas's outgoing and adventure-loving spirit. In 2018, Nicholas was a small YouTuber with around 2,000 subscribers, a number that has been given a boost thanks to a larger channel. Nicholas was excited about the direction of his life and the channel, and looked forward to where YouTube could take him. Unfortunately, Nicholas would never get to witness the progress of his channel. Nicholas disappeared in what the Imperial County Sheriff's Office has called one of the most mysterious disappearances in their history, and to this day, he remains a missing person. According to the website nicksonderegger.com and the Imperial County Sheriff's Office, Nick was last seen at around 2:30 a.m. on July 9, 2018. At around 2:30, Nick and his friend Austin were at Nick's home in Salton Sea Beach when they heard a woman screaming outside. The pair rushed to the front door and out into their garden, trying to track the source of the sound. The two debated whether they should investigate and possibly intervene. From here, the details are murky, and it appears that Austin went to bed, leaving Nick alone. When Austin awoke the next morning, he found that Nick was missing and immediately began searching for his friend. After searching the surrounding area and finding no sign of Nick, Austin contacted the Imperial County Sheriff's Office and reported Nick missing. The Imperial County Sheriff's Office searched the same area that Austin had searched, but this time they discovered a boot, a pair of pants, and a weapon sleeve that belonged to Nick. No other signs of Nick were found, and the Imperial County Sheriff's Office was left baffled. Nobody has ever come forward with any information, and Nick's keys and wallet still remain unaccounted for. The channel that featured Nick later made a video about his disappearance, and even with this attention, there have been few leads and clues in his case. Nick's family are desperately seeking answers, and there's a $10,000 reward for information that leads to Nick. Nicholas Sonderegger is described as a white male with brown hair, brown eyes, 5'10", and 185 pounds. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Imperial County Sheriff's Office at 442-265-2021. The YouTube mystery involving the disappearance of YouTuber Shima Luan began on the 13th of October, 2016, when she was last seen playing Minecraft. Shima was one of several hosts for the animated YouTube channel Danger Dolan, which was later renamed Planet Dolan. The channel was an informative and educational one, with Shima pointing out true facts, while another character, Dolan, pointed out false ones. She acquired many fans, with many people regarding her as the show's best host. Then, in 2016, the channel uploaded an episode called The Future of Planet Dolan, in which it was revealed that Shima had grown distant from the rest of the channel's crew. At the time, they believed her to be okay, since she was when they last saw her, but many theories have sprung up due to her sudden departure. There are those who believe that the crew is covering up her disappearance, though this is highly unlikely. Others believe that she merely decided to follow a different life path due to having problems with her mental health, though this has also not been confirmed. For 4 years, there were no further updates, and in 2020, YouTuber Scared Theater created a video in which he analyzed Shima's disappearance. In the comments section, Hellbent, a member of the Planet Dolan crew, added the following comment, saying, quote, "It's sort of an unsolvable mystery to those who don't know her, because to solve it in a satisfying way publicly, we'd have to invade the actress who played Shima's personal life on a public level. Truth is, we always had trouble getting folks to separate the cartoons from the actors."
Do you know that the buck has the facts that drivers 50 and over?
Who's the buck and who says I'm 50 and over?
The Hartford buck. You could save hundreds when you switch to the Hartford.
Okay, maybe I am over 50.
Ah, now I got you.
Get a free quote today.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
The future of our family. I will build a city that people can dream about. So megalopolis. Cafe is a megalomaniac.
What's it like being rich?
You can scare people. Oh, Paul, you're gonna have to prove yourself.
We are going up and they are going down. We'll take it or city back. The alligators had the right idea. They young.
Megalopolis, rated R, September 27th.
On the 23rd of December, Shima's profile picture was changed from her usual avatar of a pink cat to a black and white image of crushed leaves. Some fans assumed that this was a sign that she would be returning, while others thought that her account had been hacked, or that it was a sign from her that she was doing fine. No definitive answers have been found, and her current whereabouts remain unknown. The Deeper YouTube channel has been the subject of a strange internet mystery since its first upload on the 19th of May, 2016. And it may have remained just another strange YouTube channel if it weren't for the fact that a series of hexadecimals were posted to 4chan, resulting in the channel's discovery after the codes revealed a series of URLs. The channel's content consists entirely of bizarre and unsettling videos, some of which are presented in a similar style to that of VHS tapes. They're usually accompanied by distorted or disjointed audio and feature titles like Around, Listen, Drop, and Mortem. After further investigation was done by internet users, some of the videos and their descriptions were found to have codes hidden in them, either in the hexadecimal or Caesar cipher style. But it only got stranger once the codes were decoded. Each of the codes was found to spell out the name of a real-life murder victim, or someone who mysteriously disappeared, all but one of which were between 5 foot and 5 foot 8 inches tall, weighing between 105 and 130 pounds, with reddish-brown hair. All of the cases found in the codes occurred in Colorado, resulting in at least one Reddit user reporting the channel to the FBI. All of these factors combined have resulted in many theories on what the exact purpose of the channel may be. Some people believe that the channel's creator is in fact a serial killer who is taunting the police with their uploads, and that he is targeting women in the Colorado area, making it likely that they also live in that area or nearby. Others believe it to merely be a clever ARG, with the uploader leaving clues to be solved, like a puzzle, though some commenters have found the subject matter to be somewhat distasteful, since it involves actual missing people or victims who have lost their lives. Another theory that has been suggested is that the uploader is a copycat killer who is paying tribute to a serial killer. However, it's believed that the creator of the channel passed away on the 14th of August, 2020, very likely taking the secrets of the strange channel with them. Talika Patrick was a first-year resident at Western Michigan University's medical school, but in her spare time, she had a YouTube channel containing videos of herself singing, as she was also a fan of gospel singer Marvin Sapp. But then, on the 5th of December 2013, she mysteriously disappeared. She was last seen as she left the parking lot of the Borges Medical Center, where she worked with mentally ill patients. When she didn't show up for work the following day, a coworker filed a missing person report. Talika's car, a 1997 Lexus ES300, was found in a ditch with a flat tire along Interstate 94 in northwestern Indiana. But Talika was nowhere to be found. It would later come to light that motorists on the interstate had contacted authorities about the car, which was seen being driven erratically and at high speeds. At first, it was believed that she was traveling to Chicago, as she had mentioned to friends that she was thinking of taking a trip there. But it would later be found that she was headed to St. Louis to visit a friend. Her mother told investigators that Talika had decided to move to Kalamazoo because she had a fiancé and she wanted to be close to him, though it was unclear who she was referring to. It's thought that she may have been talking about Marvin Sapp, as he accused her of stalking and filed a protection order against her. She had joined his church and contacted members of his family, telling them that she was his wife. It's also thought that the songs she sang on her YouTube channel were aimed at Sapp, as they often refer to an unknown love interest. Her ex-husband also added that just before they met, Talika had been hearing voices and believed it to be God who was talking to her. She refused treatment, and on the 9th of April, 2014, Talika was found deceased in Lake Charles in Indiana, and her death was ruled an accidental drowning. But many questions still remain. The day before her disappearance, she tweeted that she was being hounded by a demonic power, and that she couldn't take it much longer. Soon after, she deleted all of her social media accounts. She was also seen trying to check into a hotel in Kalamazoo, despite living in the area. After her last shift, she left her cell phone and other personal belongings in her locker and asked a coworker for a ride downtown, despite her car being in the parking lot. Both the coworker and the hotel clerk described her as acting strangely. She then asked to be taken back to Borges to collect her wallet, which she later claimed to have lost. Despite all these facts, it's not known how Talika ended up in the lake, and it's likely to remain a strange but true unsolved mystery forever. A short but unsettling YouTube video that was filmed in the Paris catacombs is considered one of the best-known YouTube mysteries of all time, and its creator still remains unknown today. In the video, a man is walking through the catacombs while filming everything he sees. At first, he seems calm, and he takes close-up shots of some of the bones that are located in the vast tunnel system. But that soon changes. At some point, the man seems to panic, possibly because he has become lost. He frantically starts to look for a way out, becoming more panicked as time passes. Before long, he's running and can be heard breathing heavily before he drops the camera. His feet can be seen running past the camera and out of the frame, and the camera remains where it was dropped, filming until it runs out of battery power. When the footage was analyzed, it was discovered that the man was actually running deeper into the catacombs, rather than toward an exit. The camera was later found in one of the deepest areas of the catacombs by a group of recreational explorers, and the footage was eventually uploaded to YouTube. Many people question why the man dropped the camera, his only source of light in the pitch darkness, with some suggesting that he would have only done so due to being utterly terrified. Some people believe that the footage is fake, but the general consensus is that it seems to be real. Either way, it makes for some distressing viewing, and it's easy to see why this weird mystery is still being talked about. Many attempts have been made to find the man, but none have been successful. Any attempts to identify him have proved fruitless, and we may never know if he made it out alive, or perished while trying to find his way out. On the 23rd of August, 2007, a YouTube channel called Guy Terry uploaded a 51-second video that left many viewers feeling disconcerted and terrified. The video starts in what seems to be an apartment. The man can be heard asking someone in the room, "Did you hear that?" The room seems to be dark, with the only source of light coming from the camera and an adjacent kitchen. The person holding the camera then walks to the front door of the apartment and turns the knob. As the door opens, a dark hallway can be seen, and the man aims the camera out the door into the hallway. As he steps around the doorway, he's met with a truly unsettling sight. At the far end of the corridor, a woman can be seen sitting against the wall, seemingly holding her knees in her arms. The man tries to focus on the figure until it seems to move, and quickly retreats back into the apartment. He can be heard whispering right outside the door. The camera pans around the room for a few seconds before he decides to take another look outside the door. He opens the door while whispering another inaudible sentence, and this time he's met by an even more terrifying sight. The woman has stood up from the floor and is now facing him head-on. She's standing in the middle of the corridor with her arms held in a threatening position next to her sides, as if ready to attack at any moment. It isn't possible to see her face or any other features, but her demeanor seems to indicate that she's about to launch at him. The man gets frightened and gasps and retreats back into the apartment again, slamming the door shut as he does so, and this is where the video ends. Not much else is known about the video, except that the channel hasn't uploaded any content in the last 8 years, and seems to focus heavily on videos from the popular game Grand Theft Auto, despite many of the earlier videos seeming to show alleged hauntings. The video has gained 800,000 views and has caused much speculation, with many people guessing that it was merely created as a hoax. Others aren't so sure, however, and believe that it shows an actual ghost. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, be sure to hit that like button. Also, don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to keep up to date with all of our future uploads. But my name is Ty Knott, and I'll catch you guys in the next video.
Are you wasting money on unwanted subscriptions? I have lots of monthly subscriptions. Streaming, music, news sites. Now I can see them in one place. And the ones I forgot about? Experian will cancel them for me. So I went to Experian. They actually helped lower my monthly bills. Phone, internet, Experian did the work. Help me take control of my money. You can save $670 a year when you cancel unwanted subscriptions and lower your monthly bills. Get started now at Experian.com/save.
The mysterious Silbury Hill incident. Silbury Hill, situated in the county of Wiltshire, England, near Avebury, has long been associated with the extraordinary. Over time, it has garnered attention from enthusiasts and those captivated by the possibility of advanced life and supernatural phenomena. This notable hill, towering at an impressive height of 131 feet, was built by human hands, yet its purpose remains shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, this enigma has not deterred people from speculating about its true nature, with some even positing that it possesses a mystical essence or conceals a hidden treasure within its ancient structure. The allure and intrigue surrounding Silbury Hill have grown exponentially, making it a fascinating subject for those who seek to delve into the realms of the unknown and expand their knowledge of the unexplained. In the summer of 2009, a police officer, who happened to be off duty at the time, was driving along the A4 road, which offers a decent view of the enigmatic Silbury Hill. It was early morning, just before dawn, when the officer's attention was drawn to what is commonly known as a crop circle. What caught the officer's curiosity was the fresh appearance of this particular crop circle, as if it had been recently formed. However, that was not the only unusual aspect of the scene. As the officer observed the mysterious crop circle, he noticed three exceptionally tall figures standing nearby. Cloaked in white garments, their faces hidden from view, and adorned with long blonde hair, these figures piqued the officer's interest. At first, he dismissed them as investigators conducting a forensic examination. But as he approached, a distinct and bothersome buzzing sound reached his ears, impossible to ignore. Surprisingly, the figures seemed completely unfazed by this auditory disturbance. Undeterred, the officer ventured closer and even tried to communicate with the figures, calling out to them. However, his attempts went unnoticed. It was during this interaction, though, that the officer sensed something peculiar occurring within the boundaries of the crop circle. The strange buzzing emanated from within, and the crops within the circle swayed as if being moved by an invisible force, despite the absence of any noticeable wind in the surrounding atmosphere. This stark contrast, where everything outside the crop circle remained still, strongly suggested that something other than wind was responsible for the movement, perhaps an unidentified engine. Driven by curiosity, the officer mustered the courage to approach the figures, causing them to briefly turn their heads in his direction, before vanishing into thin air with an uncanny, supernatural swiftness that made it impossible for him to keep up. The perplexing buzzing sound, however, persisted. Faced with this unnerving situation, the officer decided it was best to retreat to the safety of his vehicle, succumbing to a sudden wave of apprehension. The summer morning encounter along the A4 road left the officer astounded by the fresh crop circle, the enigmatic figures with their concealed faces, and the inexplicable buzzing sound resonating from within. It was an encounter marked by a sense of mystery and an eerie astonishment that lingered in the officer's mind, igniting a desire for answers to the puzzling phenomenon. In a scenario reminiscent of Schirmer's case, the officer stationed at Silbury Hill underwent an agonizing headache that persisted throughout the entire day following his perplexing encounter. Filing a detailed report with his superiors, the officer's claims were not thoroughly investigated due to the fact that he was off duty during the incident. Despite the absence of any additional eyewitnesses, or at least no individuals who came forward, peculiarly enough, there were other intriguing accounts from individuals who had observed an anomalous, unmarked helicopter hovering precisely at the same location where the officer first spotted the crop circle. This peculiar helicopter remained stationary for an uninterrupted 3-hour period before abruptly departing towards an unknown destination on the night following the officer's inexplicable experience. Although this correspondence is not an exact witness account, one can't help but question the likelihood of a mysterious and unmarked helicopter coincidentally appearing in the same vicinity. Is it merely an extraordinary coincidence, or a subtle confirmation of the officer's exceptional encounter? This intriguing series of events raises intriguing questions and adds an unprecedented layer of complexity to the story. The mysterious disappearances of Terence Williams and Felipe Santos. The disappearances of Terence Williams and Felipe Santos are two cases that have baffled investigators and haunted their families for over a decade. These men, both young and full of promise, vanished under suspicious circumstances in Naples, Florida, in separate incidents involving the same former police officer, Steve Calkins. Terrence Williams, a 27-year-old father of 4, disappeared on January 12, 2004. According to witness accounts, Terrence was last seen being stopped by Deputy Steve Calkins for driving without a license. Calkins claimed to have dropped Terrence off at a nearby convenience store, but Terrence was never seen again. The circumstances surrounding Terrence's disappearance immediately raised questions. Friends and family described him as a responsible and caring father who would not willingly abandon his children. Calkins's account of the incident was inconsistent with witness statements, and his actions became a focal point of the investigation. Less than 3 months before Terrence's disappearance, on October 14, 2003, Felipe Santos, a 23-year-old Mexican immigrant, vanished under eerily similar circumstances. Like Terrence, Felipe was stopped by Deputy Steve Calkins for driving without a license. Calkins claimed to have arrested Felipe and arranged for him to be transported to the county jail. However, there is no record of Felipe's arrival at the jail, and he has never been located since. Felipe's family, distraught and desperate for answers, sought to uncover the truth about what happened to their son, and the similarities between the two cases raised suspicions that something sinister may have occurred at the hands of Deputy Calkins. The investigations into the disappearances of Terrence Williams and Felipe Santos faced numerous challenges. Initially, there was limited evidence to corroborate the accounts provided by Deputy Calkins, and the absence of physical evidence made it difficult to establish foul play definitively. Moreover, the investigations were complicated by the reluctance of some law enforcement agencies to fully cooperate and disclose information. Some officials downplayed the significance of the cases, contributing to the frustration and disillusionment of the victims' families. The families of Terrence Williams and Felipe Santos have been instrumental in keeping their cases in the public eye, and through activism and advocacy efforts, they have fought to ensure that their loved ones are not forgotten and that justice is served. The support of community organizations and civil rights advocates has played a crucial role in bringing attention to these cases. Public pressure, fueled by widespread awareness campaigns and protests, has prompted renewed interest from law enforcement agencies. Despite the passage of time, the families of Terrence Williams and Felipe Santos continue to search for answers. They remain determined to uncover the truth about what happened to their loved ones, and to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. Recent developments, including the reopening of investigations and the issuance of subpoenas, suggest that progress is being made in these long-standing cases. The efforts of the victims' families and the tireless work of dedicated investigators have given hope that justice may finally be served. The Calvine Incident. The Calvine UFO photo, also known as the picture taken near the town of Calvine in Scotland, has captivated and divided the UFO community for a significant period of time, making it one of the most fascinating and controversial pieces of evidence in the realm of potential extraterrestrial activity. Recently, there has been a revelation regarding the identity of the mysterious person behind the camera, reigniting the attention and curiosity surrounding this enigmatic image. This comprehensive exploration delves deep into the various aspects and implications of the Calvine photo, enriching our understanding of its significance and contributing to the ongoing discourse within the UFO community. According to the majority of references, it is widely accepted that the photograph was captured during the afternoon of August 4, 1990, specifically when 2 unidentified individuals were observed strolling in the direction of the town of Calvine. As the observers directed their gaze upwards while engaged in their previous activity, they were unexpectedly captivated by the presence of a conspicuous object resembling the shape of a diamond hovering above them. Upon making a cursory assessment, they approximated the dimensions of this peculiar vessel to be approximately 100 feet in diameter. Upon realizing that they had captured an exceptionally extraordinary event in the photographs,
Trust me, it's just the beginning.
You do a lot of life in your vehicle. I'm going to work, school, or the park. You need a quality ride you can depend on. Can I need some of Greenwood, we have just what you need to do life in style. Check out the new certified pre-owned selection at Canada Nissan of Greenwood. Test drive a new Nissan Rogue or new Nissan Pathfinder with us today. And remember, when the smoke clears, nobody beats the Cannondale. Nobody.
You probably know this print for business cards. Yep. But did you know we also print these? And those. And that. And definitely this. Okay, that's engraved where we print with lasers. And Vistaprint, we print your brand on everything so your customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. Like, really fall in love with you. At Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it. With 25% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
With the hope that their intriguing sighting would be published. However, to their surprise, the newspaper declined to run any story regarding their encounter. As a peculiar turn of events, the photographs ultimately ended up in the possession of the Ministry of Defense, raising even more questions about the significance of what had been captured. After the occurrence, the incident appeared to fade into obscurity, only regaining attention with the publication of a book by Nick Pope, a prominent UFO researcher from the United Kingdom. In this book, Pope recounts the incident and sheds new light on its significance. He reveals that the photographs taken during the incident were carefully examined by multiple individuals within the Ministry of Defense. It is claimed that these images served as compelling evidence and played a pivotal role in gradually shifting Pope's skepticism towards UFO sightings. The encounter prompted him to realize that there existed a deeper and more intriguing aspect to these phenomena than he had initially believed. In an unexpected turn of events, the situation took an even more peculiar twist. Suddenly, and without warning, an RAF Tornado aircraft materialized out of nowhere, encircling the enigmatic object in question. Sensing the significance of this moment, one of the individuals swiftly reached for a camera they fortuitously carried and successfully captured a series of photographs, freezing the bizarre encounter in time. Astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, the mysterious entity swiftly ascended vertically, vanishing from sight with unfathomable velocity. This perplexing event left the observers in awe, bewildered by the inexplicable sequence of events that had just unfolded before their eyes. Even though the existence of the photograph had been known to the public since the mid-1990s through Pope's book, it wasn't until the early 2020s when Dr. David Clark conducted extensive research on the case that it regained widespread attention. Interestingly, Clark had actually interviewed Pope about the incident as early as 2001. Clark's thorough examination of the subject shed new light on the photograph, bringing it back to the forefront of public interest. This significant resurgence sparked renewed discussions and analysis, leading to a deeper understanding of the photograph and its implications. During their conversation, Pope would disclose to Clark that he had initially come across the photograph in a poster form during his tenure at the Ministry of Defense. According to Pope, it is worth mentioning that the picture in question had received significant attention and scrutiny from multiple individuals. It was widely perceived as a representation of a sturdy and well-constructed spacecraft, rather than being dismissed as a mere fabrication or trickery. To put it succinctly, within the Ministry of Defense, there existed a considerable belief, as voiced by Pope, that the picture indeed depicted a genuine phenomenon. This perspective was shared by many individuals within the ministry, suggesting a collective confidence in the authenticity of the image. The Pope then proceeded to disclose that in the aftermath, numerous individuals began to question the true nature of the object, raising suspicions that it might be an undisclosed, top-secret aircraft developed by the United States government under the classified project codenamed Aurora. It was during this period that Pope vividly remembered encountering a defensive mindset among those involved in handling these claims. In a fascinating turn of events, one of his superiors entered his office one day, swiftly removing the poster depicting the mysterious object from the wall and securely locking it away in a drawer, an action that left an indelible impression on Pope. Remarkably, as far as he was aware at the time of speaking in 2001, the poster's hidden residence within that very drawer likely persisted to this day, adding an intriguing layer of longevity to the enigma surrounding it. It is worth noting that in addition to his discussions with Clark, Pope revealed that he had made multiple attempts to inquire about the existence of a clandestine aircraft from American sources. Interestingly, the responses he received indicated that they did not possess such a secretive aircraft. However, they curiously directed their curiosity towards the British military, questioning if they might have a similar aircraft to the one described by Pope. This exchange suggests that the Americans were also aware of reports relating to the existence of such an aircraft. The information provided by Pope sheds light on the international interest and intrigue surrounding this elusive aircraft. In January 2023, Matthew Ilsley, a member of Clark's research team, shared in an interview with the Falkirk Herald that he had successfully located the photograph they had been searching for. To their surprise, there was a name written on the back of the photograph. This significant discovery was made possible through the assistance of Craig Lindsay, a retired RAF officer, who had secretly held onto the photograph in his residence and later passed it on to Ilsley for further examination. The revelation of the name on the back of the photograph added a new layer of intrigue and possibilities to their investigation. In his article published in the Daily Mail, Clark claimed that upon seeing the photograph presented by Lindsay, he immediately recognized it as something extraordinary. He described the image as slightly blurry, giving the impression that it was captured in a moment of panic. However, Clark noted that this was in line with the witnesses' accounts. Emphasizing that he is not easily swayed by unsubstantiated theories, Clark confidently maintained that the depicted object is undoubtedly a structured craft of unknown origin. He stressed that its appearance is undeniably otherworldly, and unlike any conventional aircraft commonly known. By stating this, he aimed to establish the uniqueness and remarkable nature of the unidentified flying object captured in the photograph. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Clark can confirm the steps he took to ensure the authenticity of the photograph. To ascertain its validity, he sought the expertise of Andrew Robinson, a senior lecturer on photography at Sheffield Hallam University. The conclusions drawn by Robinson after analysing the photograph were conclusive. No tampering had taken place, thus affirming its genuineness. This raises an intriguing question. If the photograph were indeed a fake, what could explain the photographer's prolonged silence over a period of more than 3 decades? According to Clark, Robinson conveyed to him that the object was situated unmistakably in front of the camera, and assured him that it was not a fabricated element created during post-production. This information provided by Robinson serves to confirm the authenticity of the object's presence in the footage. Lindsay affirms that he had the opportunity to meet the photographer more than 30 years ago, and from their initial interaction, it became evident to Lindsay that the young man was experiencing feelings of fear and unease due to the distressing event he had witnessed. Lindsay also observed that the photographer's demeanour and behaviour indicated that he was not fabricating or inventing the incident in any way. In his conversation with Clark, he would express that as a press officer for the RAF in Scotland, he had encountered numerous reports of UFOs, although most of them proved to be mere sightings of peculiar lights. However, he would emphatically assert that the situation with the Calvine UFO photograph was distinct. Moreover, he would vividly recall that when the witness mentioned that the object was completely silent and emitted no noise whatsoever, he began to recognize the possibility that it could be something extraordinary. He would further elaborate that, based on his knowledge, there were no known aircraft that operated without producing any sound. This observation prompted him to consider the potential exceptional nature of the object in question. Lindsay took the initiative to share copies of the picture with various newspapers, and also sent a faxed copy to the Ministry of Defence. From his memory, he recalled that the MOD promptly reached out to him, expressing their interest in obtaining more information about the sighting and inquiring if he still possessed the original negatives. When Pope visited the Ministry of Defence offices in London, he was surprised to discover that the photograph had been enlarged to a poster size and prominently displayed on the office wall. This detail highlights the significance and impact of the image within the ministry. In the end, Lindsay received instructions to refrain from pursuing any further investigation into the sighting and leave it in the hands of the authorities in London. Over the course of subsequent years, no further information or updates were received regarding the sighting. However, Lindsay held on to the original photograph, preserving it in a drawer at his residence. In conversations with Clark, Lindsay expressed his optimistic anticipation that the two individuals who had witnessed the event would eventually come forward and share their personal accounts. This hopeful expectation signifies Lindsay's desire for the truth to be revealed from first-hand experiences. In an effort to preserve the anonymity of the photographer, the person responsible for the photographs was intentionally kept unknown to the public. Ilsley, the spokesperson, explained that they had diligently undertaken the task of reaching out to as many individuals as possible who might possess information about the identity of the photographer in question. In March 2023, there was a disclosure that the photographer's identity had been uncovered and confirmed as Kevin Russell. It seems that Russell had been employed as a porter at the Pitlochry Hydro Hotel, located nearby, for a considerable number of years. However, according to reports, he supposedly left Pitlochry and returned to Glasgow
Right
during
now,
the early 1990s.
it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
This information
Today,
sheds light
expect
on
a high of
Russell's
75
previous
degrees.
and his possible movements during that
The
period.
my room temperature is
Ilsley conducted
65.7
extensive and
degrees.
thorough searches in an ardent effort to locate Russell. In this pursuit, she delved into various records and databases, unearthing information on approximately 300 individuals sharing the name Russell, who would now be in their 50s, solely within the borders of Scotland. The research further revealed an additional 150 individuals with the same name dispersed across other regions within the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, and Australia. Despite meticulously reaching out to each of these individuals, Ilsley's endeavours proved fruitless, as none of them turned out to be the person she and her team were fervently seeking. Subsequently, the legal proceedings.
Enjoy the show.
Employed at the hotel during the same period as Russell, provided Ilsley with a photograph depicting the elusive person they were diligently seeking. This development added another layer of complexity and intrigue to the case, as the anonymous source's revelation opened up new possibilities for the investigation. The item under consideration could potentially be a cutting-edge, confidential military apparatus. Nevertheless, even if this supposition were accurate, it would inevitably raise additional inquiries regarding the specific types of vehicles that the armed forces of various nations, such as the United States, the United Kingdom, and potentially others globally, possess within their arsenals. Exploring this matter in depth, it is essential to delve into the comprehensive range of military vehicles at the disposal of these nations, uncovering a wealth of information that may enrich our understanding of their capabilities and strategic resources. Numerous researchers and aviation specialists have engaged in extensive speculation regarding the nature of the object captured in the Calvine UFO photograph. Specifically, they have questioned whether it could potentially be an aircraft associated with the highly secretive Aurora program. This enigmatic program, rumoured to have been operational since the early 1990s, allegedly involved a top-secret hypersonic aircraft conducting clandestine operations from United States air bases situated in Scotland. The speculation surrounding this photograph has prompted scholarly and expert discussions, delving into the precise connections between the photographed object and the Aurora program, thus adding another layer of intrigue to the ongoing mystery surrounding this intriguing phenomenon. It is indeed intriguing to note that despite the wealth of information available regarding the Calvine UFO photograph, there exists a significant number of individuals within the UFO community who refute its authenticity. Some argue that it is simply a reconnaissance aircraft belonging to the US military, while others strongly assert that it is nothing more than an elaborate hoax. It is frequently suggested that skeptics will only entertain the notion of extraterrestrial visitors when confronted with photographic evidence. However, even when such evidence does manifest, as is the case with the Calvine UFO picture, it is promptly dismissed as insufficient proof of anything extraordinary. This prevailing skepticism within the UFO community is a noteworthy aspect to consider. Despite the numerous debates surrounding the authenticity of the Calvine UFO photograph, opinions remain divided. There are those who adamantly reject its legitimacy, attributing it to covert military operations. Conversely, skeptics dismiss it entirely as a fabrication, emphasizing the need for incontestable proof in order to be persuaded of the plausibility of advanced visitations. It is important to recognize the significance of differing perspectives within this discourse. Just what was the strange object witnessed over the town of Calvine that evening in the summer of 1990? And if there was nothing to the object, why does the military wish certain files connected to the case to remain classified until well into the 2070s, despite the 30-year rule on such information? Although the National Archives insist that only the names of those involved are subject to this rule, it is certainly an area for suspicion. We would, for example, suspect if the object was simply an experimental aircraft, details of it would be safe to enter the public arena 30 years later. The twists and turns that the Calvine UFO photograph and the events surrounding it have taken only go to show how murky the world of UFO research actually is. At the time of writing, the search is on, both for Russell and the other witness to the events, and if they do decide to come forward, the Calvine UFO photograph could indeed prove to be one of the most important pieces of evidence for UFO researchers in history. That it is as relevant today as it was when it was first taken over 30 years ago is without doubt. The disappearance of Jordan Nebling. Jordan Nebling, a 19-year-old individual, went missing in Travelers Rest, South Carolina on the 10th of October in the year 2020. Her disappearance occurred following an incident where her car unexpectedly broke down near the vicinity of Old White Horse Road, as a result of which she required assistance. It was her ex-boyfriend who came to her aid and picked her up. Jordan Cheyenne Nebling, born on March 8, 2001, entered this world as a precious gift to her mother, Heidi Nebling. However, circumstances led her to grow up in the nurturing embrace of foster care. Yet, destiny had a different plan for Jordan, and she was later fortunate enough to find her forever home through adoption. Jordan, during her teenage years, had a troubling past. The circumstances surrounding her vanishing were unrelated to her previous struggles. Notably, Jordan had successfully embarked on a positive journey towards adulthood. She had recently secured a new job, which signified a positive change for her. She had a reputation for regularly visiting the scenic locations of Travelers Rest and Marietta in South Carolina. On October 9, 2020, Jordan Nebling and a male companion embarked on a journey from Travelers Rest to visit their acquaintances in the charming town of Cowpens, situated in South Carolina. It should be noted that Jordan and her friend were travelling in a car that was kindly loaned to them. On the date of October 10, 2020, Jordan made the decision to embark on a solo journey back to her hometown of Travelers Rest. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when the vehicle she had borrowed unexpectedly experienced a breakdown right in front of a residential property situated on Old White Horse Road in Travelers Rest, South Carolina. In the afternoon, at approximately 1:30, Jordan Nebling was sighted for the last time near her residence. It was during this time that she was observed entering a vehicle belonging to an individual who had arrived to collect her. Regrettably, Jordan never made her way back home, and there has been a prolonged absence of any communication. On November 8, 2020, the stepmother of the individual took the proactive step of filing a report to the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, expressing concern and seeking assistance in locating the missing person. This action came about due to the stepmother's unsuccessful attempts to establish contact with Jordan. According to the authorities' findings, it was established that Jordan had made contact with her former romantic partner, Tyler Wilkins, who resided in the town of Travelers Rest, with the intention of seeking a ride from him. Tyler attested that he indeed drove Jordan to his residence. However, an altercation arose between them, resulting in Jordan opting to depart on foot independently. Jordan and Wylands were in a romantic relationship for a period of 2 years, and even had a brief period of cohabitation when Jordan was just 17. It is worth mentioning that at the time, Tyler Wilkins, despite being associated with Jordan's disappearance, has not faced any charges related to any criminal activities. However, in a turn of events, Tyler Wilkins, who was previously in a relationship with Jordan, found himself arrested on November 10, 2022. This arrest came about due to his involvement in a series of crimes, including taking someone's life. Wilkins stands accused of allegedly imprisoning his partner within the confines of a residence belonging to a family member. Authorities have raised suspicions of foul play in the case of Jordan Nebling's disappearance, however. Despite a thorough investigation, no conclusive evidence of a crime has been uncovered. The exact details surrounding Jordan's disappearance continue to be shrouded in mystery, leaving her case classified as a missing person. Despite extensive investigations, her whereabouts remain unknown and the case remains unsolved. The disappearance of Alexis Ware. Alexis Ware, a 29-year-old woman,
Sorry,
went missing
I don't
in
want to say
Anderson, South
anything rude.
Carolina on January 30th, 2022. Her disappearance occurred following a meeting with her former partner at a gas station. The circumstances surrounding her vanishing remain a matter of concern, leaving her friends and family worried. Alexis Ware, who resided in Greenville, South Carolina, went missing along with her 2 children. Her household consisted of a 9-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. This disappearance case has garnered significant attention due to the circumstances surrounding her absence. Alexis, a skilled hairstylist, operated her own home studio where she catered to a loyal clientele. With a strong presence on social media, she aspired to venture into the realm of Instagram modeling, utilizing her creativity and expertise to showcase various hairstyles and fashion trends. Beyond her immediate goals, Alexis harbored long-term ambitions of establishing an exclusive boutique in the vibrant city of Atlanta, envisioning it as a stepping stone towards a better future for her family. Over the course of a leisurely weekend from January 29th to January 31st, 2022, Alexis Ware decided to take a break from her usual routine in Greenville, South Carolina. Eager to spend quality time with her loved ones, she embarked on a journey to her mother's residence. She expressed her feelings of anxiety and unease to her mother, recounting her experiences of being followed and receiving unwelcome calls from an unidentified individual whom she had nicknamed the Devil. These unnerving encounters had left her with a deep sense of fear, causing her to doubt whether she would even reach them.
I'm gonna be a new king in the garden.
Her pending 30th birthday. In the early afternoon of January 30th, 2022, Sarah Ware bid farewell to her mother and embarked on her journey back to her hometown of Greenville. 3 hours later, at precisely 3 in the afternoon, she engaged in a heartfelt conversation with her mother through the convenience of a video chat, during which she casually mentioned her intention to catch up on some much-needed rest. In the evening, at approximately 7, Ware made her way to the 7-Eleven store located on Highway 29 North in Anderson, South Carolina. Her intention was to meet T.J. Patterson, the father of her youngest child. Upon arrival, she entrusted the care of their children to him, after which they departed the premises in their respective vehicles. Ware was originally intended to accompany Patterson to his mother's residence before returning to her own mother's abode. However, as per reports, at some juncture, she purportedly maneuvered her vehicle ahead of his at a red traffic signal and swiftly accelerated into the darkness of the night. In the evening, precisely at 7:30, Patterson took the initiative to reach out to Ware's mother and provided a detailed account of the events leading to their separation. Patterson expressed her concern by attempting to call her daughter's cell phone. However, her attempts were unsuccessful as the call directly diverted to her voicemail. Alexis Ware, a young woman with a promising future, mysteriously disappeared without a trace and did not make it back to her home. On the first day of February in the year 2022, the family of the individual in question took the step of submitting a report to the Anderson County Sheriff's Office, as they were unable to establish contact with her. In the evening of January 30th, 2022, there was a significant event related to Ware's cell phone. At precisely 8:15 in the evening, her cell phone sent a signal that indicated its location as Anderson, South Carolina. This important piece of information provided a starting point for further investigation. Furthermore, there were additional sightings of her car captured by surveillance cameras at an apartment complex in Anderson on multiple occasions throughout that night. In the late hours of that very evening, the surveillance cameras along the highway in Augusta, Georgia, approximately 1 hour's drive away, captured the presence of Ware's car. However, it remains uncertain as to whether Alexis Ware herself was behind the wheel of the vehicle during that particular moment in time. This raises questions about the identity of the individual who may have been operating the vehicle. On the 1st of February, 2022, the vehicle belonging to Ware, which was a red Honda Accord manufactured in the year 2019 and bearing a South Carolina license plate, was discovered abandoned and heavily coated in mud. This peculiar finding took place in a hunting field located in McCormick, South Carolina, approximately 30 miles to the south of Anderson. Ware lacked any companions or relatives in the vicinity of McCormick. Interestingly, her cell phone, purse, and identification documents were discovered within the vehicle itself, indicating their undeniable presence. Furthermore, an assortment of garments was recovered from the trunk, suggesting possible intention for a change of attire. On a peculiar note, her hair bonnet was stumbled upon lying on the ground adjacent to the automobile. This collection of intriguing details raises profound questions and warrants further investigation into the circumstances surrounding Ware's situation in the McCormick area. In their investigative efforts, the police successfully obtained fingerprints from the vehicle in question. However, they have refrained from disclosing any information regarding the potential match between these prints and the individual suspected to be Ware or any other person involved in the case. T.J. Patterson, in his statement to the authorities, recounted that on January 30th, he departed for home after meeting with Alexis at the gas station. The following day, he proceeded to work as usual. As part of the investigation, surveillance footage from the gas station's parking lot was carefully examined, revealing no unusual activities or circumstances. This thorough analysis aimed to gain a comprehensive understanding of the events surrounding T.J. Patterson's activities during this time period, and provide additional insights into the case. Currently, there have been no individuals identified as persons of interest in the case of Alexis's disappearance. However, the police have made it clear that they are actively investigating all potential leads and considering every possibility. In the investigation into Alexis Ware's disappearance, the police have thoroughly examined the case and have not come across any evidence, means, or motives indicating foul play. The details surrounding the disappearance of Alexis Ware are shrouded in mystery, leaving investigators with little information to work with. At present, her whereabouts remain unknown, and the case remains unsolved. Giant monoliths at Baalbek. In the modern city of Baalbek, Lebanon, are several massive monoliths known to be the largest in the world. Baalbek was under Roman rule for a period of time, in which it was referred to as Heliopolis, or City of the Sun. The stones were cut and carved to be used for one of the grandest and largest temples to the Roman god Jupiter, known by the Greeks as Zeus. The temple features one of the most awe-inspiring megalithic foundations, consisting of 27 enormous limestone blocks. 3 of the largest make up the base, and are known as the Trilithon, with each weighing at least 1,000 tons. Aside from those 3, are 2 other monoliths, larger and heavier than the ones actually used for the temple. One of those was the stone of the pregnant woman. The other is known as the stone of the south and is even heavier. The stone of the pregnant woman was first thought to be the largest monolith discovered. Analyses of the size and weight of the enormous monolith in Baalbek, Lebanon, by the German Archaeological Institute revealed that the megalithic block was one of the largest ever discovered. Its name comes from stories and legends that a pregnant woman tricked villagers into believing that she would be able to move if they fed her until she gave birth. Other stories say that the name comes from legends that pregnant jinn were assigned the task of cutting and moving the stones. There are even some who believe that a woman who touches the stone raises her chances of fertility. The blocks originated from a limestone quarry nearby. The monoliths are thought to date back at least 2,000 years, or to around 27 BC. Although they were probably intended to be used for a temple to Jupiter, these stones never made it to the building, laying at a distance of 900 meters away from the Heliopolis temple complex. Experts believe this is because they turned out to be too heavy to transport. Researchers also discovered later that the crack in the stone of the pregnant woman must have been the reason why it, specifically, was never transported. The stone of the south was discovered after the stone of the pregnant woman, as it rests underneath the latter, and was mostly buried under a few feet of dirt. The stone of the south is now the largest known ever carved by human hands. at 1,242 tons. These monoliths are thought to have probably been cut in the same way as the masonry used in the Pont de Gard, a Roman aqueduct in southern France. Each piece would have been split from a large expanse of limestone along natural fissures. Because they would have been too heavy to lift, they were likely pulled using a capstan, like a human-driven winch, or using a sledge. Despite these stones being a possible disappointment to their carvers, as they turned out to be useless for the purposes of the temple, the stone of the pregnant woman and the stone of the south both set a world record for the biggest boulders ever discovered. It is incredible to imagine that people in the past, with their limited technologies and resources, were able to cut and carve such massive blocks of stone in order to raise temples and monuments. These discoveries and inventions all remain a testament to humans and their incredible abilities to create, innovate, and develop tools and creations that leave their marks. Although we may never have all the answers to how these monuments came about, or what technologies were used to raise such profound monuments, we can be quite certain of the abilities and marksmanship of those who lived before us. Stephen Kubacki. It's the winter of 1978 in the American Midwest, and Stephen Kubacki, the student from Hope College, is taking advantage of the last days of February before spring began to go skiing. He leaves his student digs to go on a solo cross-country skiing trip. Kubacki was an accomplished outdoorsman who climbed mountains in Europe and was an avid cross-country skier. Familiar with the area, this was an ordinary weekend pursuit for Kubacki and to those at college he knew. However, this small excursion would end up being far from ordinary. Several days later, the alarm was raised when Kubacki failed to return from what should have been a day's activity. At the same time, snowmobilers on the southeastern shore of Lake Michigan had come across a set of abandoned skis and ski poles. The police knew immediately who they belonged to. The search party was sent out utilizing both land and air rescue, with helicopters and locals deployed to find Stephen. Only two more things were subsequently discovered: Stephen's backpack and his footprints in the deep frozen snow. There was something off about the scene, however. The backpack looked as if it had been abruptly thrown to the ground, and the heavy footprints disappeared into nothingness as if Kubacki had walked out of reality. Looking to close off the case with a sense of logic, police figured a more rational explanation. Close to the shores of frozen Lake Michigan, Stephen must have removed his skis and wandered too close to the water, falling through the ice and drowning into the watery depths below. His friends grieved, his family mourned, and life returned to normal as the months passed by. That is until 15 months later, Stephen Kubacki walked straight through the door of his family house over 500 miles away. Stephen told his recollection of events as best he could. That day, May 5th, 1979, he woke up on a grassy knoll in Massachusetts, some 700 miles due east from where he disappeared. He was wearing clothes that were not his, had items such as maps and signs that were neither his nor written by him, and he had no concept of the amount of time that had passed. It was only when he was able to purchase a newspaper he would realize that he had re-emerged to consciousness 15 months later than when he first set off. The last thing he remembered before this was striding forwards on his skis as he made his way around the Michigan. Before he knew it, however, he experienced a momentary blip, being enveloped in a cold and frozen darkness that hurried him from one point to another, which felt like he was alone. Aside from this, he had no other details to give, and yet the mystery of what happened that day in February 1978 was perhaps less about Kubacki and more about where he was. Urban myths run rife that Lake Michigan is home to cross-dimensional experiences, essentially the Bermuda Triangle of the Great Lakes. It's not just Kubacki who went missing in this area. Ships, planes, and other people have all disappeared, and for whom there was never any trace of him. As of today, Kubacki's disappearance and reappearance remains a mystery. Joshua Maddox. Joshua Maddox was a normal 18-year-old who lived in the Pike National Forest in Teller County, Colorado in 2008. He loved nature and hiking, so when he left to go on a walk one day, nobody thought anything of it until he failed to return at night. His disappearance sparked searches all over the area for months, hoping to uncover Josh safe and sound, or at least get some answers as to what might have happened to him. However, he was never found and continued to be listed as a missing person for years. In a seemingly unrelated course of events in 2015, the builder who owned an old, decaying cabin in the woods that had been abandoned for over 10 years decided to demolish it in order to begin developing the land that it stood on. Before demolition, the builder came out to check that everything was in order and entered the cabin for the first time in many years. He noticed a smell of rot and decay in the cabin, but attributed it to the many animals who made the decrepit building their home in the intervening years. However, when demolition began, starting with taking apart the chimney to reuse the bricks, workers were horrified to discover that there was a body of a young man inside the chimney, which was likely the source of the smell. The police and coroner were called to investigate and remove the body, and his dental record positively identified it as the body of Joshua Maddox. Maddox was found in a fetal position, with his legs curled up under his chest and his feet above his head, leading investigators to hypothesize that he might have gotten stuck in an attempt to enter the abandoned building and explore. Although the coroner agreed with this guess, as the autopsy did not reveal any trauma or suspicious substances and ruled the end of his life as accidental, there are those who disagree. For example, a heavy metal grate covering the chimney had disappeared and a heavy breakfast bar had been forcibly removed from the wall and dragged in front of the chimney cover. Additionally, many thought it was odd that Joshua would have voluntarily entered the chimney head first, and his clothing was found folded inside of the cabin next to the fireplace. He had only been wearing a thin thermal shirt when he entered the chimney. Despite several tip-offs and leads claiming that Joshua was finished off, the police were never able to determine what had actually happened, and the case remains a mystery to this day. The Mystery of Marion Lynn Carver. In 2004, Marion Lynn Carver took a vacation cruise line from Seattle, Washington to Vancouver, British Columbia. She boarded the ship on August 27th, but was last seen by her cabin attendant the next day. She never got off at any of the 4 stops along the way and did not board her return flight home to Boston, Massachusetts. She has been considered missing since then, despite years of her family searching for her. Carver was a 40-year-old single mother to 1 daughter. She had secretly booked a celebrity cruise trip for herself and left without telling any of her family members. Her father first reported her missing on September 7th, after her daughter called him asking for her mother's whereabouts. The police only realized she had left for a cruise after looking into her credit card records. The cruise line never reported her missing, despite constant memos from her attendant. He had noticed that her bed had not been slept in on the first night, but was ordered to ignore it and clean the room as usual. He submitted 5 notices to his supervisor about Carver's absence, but was told that someone else would handle it. The supervisor gathered Carver's belongings, but did not attempt to notify police or search for the missing passenger. The cruise line only reported Carver's disappearance after her father reached out to him. By then, the supervisor had already donated most of her possessions and only kept her purse and documents in storage. As per the cruise line's regulations, missing passengers must be reported, so Celebrity Cruises immediately fired this employee. Nonetheless, the cruise line was unhelpful in the search for Carver. They claimed her disappearance was most likely due to jumping overboard and did not attempt to investigate. It took nearly a month from her first disappearance for the family to learn that she had booked a cruise and an additional 3 days for the voyage to confirm that she was a passenger. Despite pleas from the father and personal investigators, Celebrity Cruise barely helped in the investigation. They claimed to delete surveillance footage after a few days, even though they kept it for 30 days. When the father asked for it, they ended up accidentally deleting the footage. He ended up hiring private investigators to try and figure out what happened to his daughter, spending over the next few years nearly $75,000. Carver's father had so much frustration with the investigation and cruise line that he ended up suing the company over her disappearance and lack of action. He founded the International Cruise Victims Organization in 2006 and constantly lobbied Congress to enact laws and regulations to hold cruise ships responsible for accidents and loss of life. He became the leading campaigner for cruise ship safety, initiating the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010. He was even awarded the Ronald Wilson Reagan Public Policy Award from the U.S. Department of Justice in 2017 for his work. Despite all of his hard work and dedication to the safety of cruise ship passengers, he never learned the truth of what happened with his daughter. Carver's father died in December 2019 at 83 years old, but her case is still unsolved. The Lost Ark of the Covenant. As the Israelites were making their way across the Sinai Desert after their departure from Egypt, Moses, with strict orders from God himself, commanded them to construct the infamous Ark of the Covenant. Inside the Ark is home to numerous tablets engraved with the Ten Commandments from the Hebrew Bible that are believed to host magical powers, both good and evil. The tablets are believed to be made of gold from the Garden of Eden, representing the morality of the universe. Like any biblical story, the truth of the matter is up to interpretation. Scholars who have studied the lost Ark of the Covenant have debated whether the Ark is made of gold or wood or both, what kind of power it has, and ultimately where it ended up after vanishing from Jerusalem in 587 BC. God gave the Israelites extremely specific instructions for building the Ark of the Covenant. According to God, the Ark should be made of both wood and gold. However, the wood must be acacia wood, that is 3.75 feet long and 2.25 feet wide. God then instructed the builders to sheath the wood with gold both inside and out. There was to be a cherub facing a certain direction on the lid of the chest, with its wings spread upward, casting a shadow below. To imagine that Israelites wandering through the desert for 40 years were expected to create such an artistic masterpiece with only their hands and some gold is a huge undertaking, even with God's guidance. To make this story more believable to modern people, it is now believed that God chose only one man to be the designer of the Ark and gifted him the skills he would need to complete the task. One of the most popular theories is that the Israelites used the Ark to gain advantages on their way to conquer Canaan after their extended journey through the desert. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Ark had the ability to stop water from flowing in the Jordan River so that the founders of the Ark could carry it across. It is also believed to have helped the Israelites in various battles on their way across the desert. Because the Ark was thought to be so powerful and had brought the Israelites such good fortune, it became a hot commodity. It was eventually stolen from the Israelites, but shortly thereafter, the thieves were swept with disease and fatal illnesses, causing them to return to the Ark immediately. Once the Israelites had reached Shiloh, the Ark was taken by King David and given to Solomon to be brought to Jerusalem, where it would stay in the temple. Roughly 2,000 years ago, the Ark disappeared once again. Scott?
The industrial grade products you need. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Predict that the Ark was stolen for its supposed powers and is now hidden in Ethiopia at the St. Mary of Zion Cathedral. The cathedral has a monk called the Guardian, who is the only person allowed to see the Ark. There has been no authentication of the Ark to determine if it is the original from the Bible stories. Other theories run rampant about the true location of the artifact. The Book of Maccabees states that the Ark is hidden in a cave in Mount Nebo, and will remain unfound until called upon by God. At that point, we will know that God is giving us mercy because of the prolific powers that the Ark holds for human beings. Still, there is always discussion about the Ark being revealed only when the Messiah comes to earth to rescue his people. And finally, the Ark is also believed to reveal itself only in the final days in the existence of the universe. MV Joyita. The almost unsinkable MV Joyita was found in poor condition and drifting near Fiji 5 weeks after it disappeared. It was partially submerged, but it wasn't sunk. However, by the time it was discovered, its 25 crew and passengers were all long gone, with the cargo and 3 lifelines. If you were one of the passengers, knowing that the ship you are on has a very strong structure, would you have risked sailing on a life raft in an open sea at night instead of staying ashore? The logical answer would be a resounding no. but what exactly happened that night, no one knows. It all started on October 3rd, 1955. MV Joyita left Apia Harbour in Samoa bound for the Tekau Islands, which is about 270 miles away. It was originally scheduled to leave the day before, but it had an issue with its port engine clutch. It eventually sailed the next day running on only one engine. It had 16 crew members and 9 passengers, including one doctor. MV Joyita was expected to reach Tekau in no more than 48 hours. It was supposed to arrive on October 5th, 1955. It was already a day overdue when the port of Pucallpa reported that MV Joyita never made it. No distress signal was received from the crew, which left everyone with no clues as to what happened. A search and rescue team was sent the same day, and for a whole week they tried to find answers. But they came back with nothing. It wasn't until November 10, 1955, when the captain of another merchant ship sighted MV Joyita within 600 miles of its course. It was found slightly submerged and empty. All its passengers and more than 4 tons of cargo were all gone. Based on the remaining fuel, the ship made it about 243 miles on its course before the engine failed due to a pipe leak in the engine cooling system. The radio system was found to have been functioning, but only had a reach of 2 miles. Even if the ship had sent a distress signal, it would never have been received. However, this could have been easily fixed by one of the members of the crew. These findings create a deeper mystery surrounding the real events that happened that night. For decades, numerous theories have been suggested, but today we are going to focus on the 2 most controversial ones. The first theory accuses the Japanese forces of having kidnapped and killed the passengers of MV Joyita. The year 1955 was still around the time when Japanese forces were to blame concerning any sea vessel disappearances in this area. The MV Joyita might have witnessed something they shouldn't have, which made them a target for the Japanese group. This would also explain the missing cargo, as it could have been transferred to another ship. The second theory has something to do with Captain Thomas H. Miller, the captain of MV Joyita. He knew that the ship was sturdy and could at least keep them all safe until the daytime. However, the evidence found on the recovered ghost ship proves that the passengers left at night. According to a close friend of the captain, knowing him, he would have never left the ship even if it cost him his life, and yet the captain was gone along with the rest of the people aboard. One of the most logical explanations for this could be that the captain was injured or somehow incapacitated. This theory has gained credence following the discovery of blood-stained bandages on the ship. The many ghost sightings at the Oldie Man and Side. Most hauntings, especially repeated sightings or spooky occurrences, revolve around a location with a history of loss of life, sickness, or a vengeful owner. The Oldie Man and Side in Bolton, England, has a little bit of each of these qualifications, making it a prime candidate for the paranormal. It is one of the oldest pubs in Great Britain, dating back to at least 1251, making it almost 800 years old. The location has seen its fair share of ghosts and hauntings. It was rebuilt and has changed hands throughout the centuries. However, its most famous owner was likely the family of James Stanley, 7th Earl of Derby, in the 1600s. James Stanley was complicit in the siege of Bolton, which resulted in more than 1,000 residents being slaughtered in what came to be known as the Bolton Massacre. Stanley fled the area but was captured 7 years later in the Battle of Worcester and was brought back to the still angry residents of Bolton and faced losing his life due to his crimes. He was allowed to stay in the prayer room of his family pub in the hours before his execution as he awaited his fate. He was beheaded just outside the pub in the Market Square on October 15, 1651, and it is said that he still haunts the cellar of the Oldie Man and Side to this day. The chair that he supposedly sat in as he awaited his final moments is still inside the pub, adding to circulating rumours of Stanley's ghost haunting the premises. Although Stanley is the most famous ghost suspected of lingering on the premises, there is a long history of hauntings at the location. One set of paranormal experts recorded multiple voices with their ghost hunting equipment. Several amateur ghost hunters, as well as closed-circuit security footage, have also caught unsuspecting spirits lingering in doorways and around the property. In one instance, the owner of the property came in to open the pub and noticed that a single glass had been smashed on the floor. Suspicious, he went to check the security footage and found that the feed had inexplicably stopped at 6:18 a.m. The last thing visible on the video was a strange, ghostly figure appearing out of nowhere, which some believe to be standing himself. The owners of the pub have claimed that at least 25 restless spirits currently wander the property, among them a woman who is said to have hanged herself in the cellar several centuries ago, a small girl, and a phantom dog. Although many say the security footage was an easily pulled off hoax, there is no doubt that the long history of battles, murders, and illnesses that the pub has lived through could mean that several ghosts still linger on the property, haunting visitors. Artificial intelligence could not crack the code. In 2018, artificial intelligence endeavored to figure out the 600-year-old code, though even the AI could not reliably figure out what this code said. The Voyage manuscript appears to contain between 25 and 30 characters, as interpretations have been varied and is written from left to right by a single hand. It is made up of 102 parchment foliage, meaning it reaches approximately an astounding 234 pages in length. This objective information is minimal and does not necessarily aid in solving the mystery as to the original language the manuscript is written in. The manuscript is written in an unidentified language, using an alphabet that has not been seen elsewhere prior to the manuscript's discovery or after it was found. Many believe it has been written using a substitution cipher. This involves the letters of an existing language being exchanged for made letters to create a code. Typically, a substitution cipher is considered the simplest code, and is one of the oldest methods of encrypting a text. If it really is such a simple code, then why haven't scientists been able to translate the manuscript? Scientists have no idea what the original language is to begin figuring out where the substitution is being made. Bradley Howell and Gregor Kundrat aimed to use computational analysis in order to find the country the text may have originated from, or a language it was written in. Numerous algorithms were trained to pick up the statistical fingerprint of the text and compare it to existing established languages to attempt to find a match. Factors such as the frequency of each letter and combinations of letters were used. Howell and Kondrak began using this software in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They input 350 languages. This trial appeared to work and be successful, so they moved forward with their research. A computational linguist at Illinois Institute of Technology stated that the results were perfect, but not more so than many other results often published in scientific literature. The next step in their artificial intelligence testing and research was for Kondrak and Howard to run to the infamous Voyage manuscript.
We want easy to use system. Does it all for us. Together, we grow.
It's been a grind, but I've been aged well. Someone said who's ready to show who the cheese? The cheese is coming! Cheese, official sponsor of the College Football Wheel.
The obstacle is that the algorithm was trained to trace modern languages. The evolution of languages regarding vocabulary, grammar, syntax, and spelling is massive, and so languages we use today are incredibly different to the same languages in the late medieval or early modern societies, which is when the manuscript was traced back to in the 15th century. Another problematic element of the AI research is that while suggestions are made for the closest matches, the probability of this being a match is not considered. Kondrak and Howard claimed to have discovered the source language, Hebrew, through their algorithm. However, this was the closest match of the 380 languages they inputted, but was not a certain match. Other matches that were considered close, for example Malay, are drastically different from Hebrew, and so the validity of this algorithm may be deemed very low. The lack of evaluation regarding how likely each language is means that Hebrew may have been the closest match available, but not necessarily similar enough to the source language or a substitution code. The final hurdle, and perhaps the factor that is a deal breaker in the validity of their research, is that Conrad and Howard suggested the Voynich manuscript was written using not only a substitution cipher, but that it was also written in anagrams, having the letters within each word jumbled too. Whilst this has been suggested before, it is certainly not a proven fact, just a theory. Conrad and Howard used Google Translate, which has a reputation for forcing nonsensical words and phrases into coherent sentences. Despite all the indicators that their work should be and would be disregarded, Conrad and Howard claimed the first sentence of the Voynich manuscript to be as follows. She made recommendations to the priest, man of the house, and me and you. The sensationalist media headlines stated that the Voynich manuscript had been deciphered and translated. And while we may have been drawn closer, the flawed methodology of Conrad and Howard's work means the translation pointed to the west. Maybe future artificial intelligence can solve this mystery, but for now, we still look at it. The mysterious plants, codes, and astronomical signs that feature in the book. Perhaps even more puzzling than the mysterious Voynich language that appears to be written in are the bizarre illustrations, doodles, and diagrams that accompany the unknown writing. Images included in the manuscript depict strange plants, astrological diagrams, castles, dragons, and perhaps the most puzzling image, an unclothed woman in what appears to be a bath. While some outlandish theories suggest ancient water park designs, others suggest medicinal information or even alien technology. One theory posed by Dr. Cheshire, a linguist at Bristol University, suggested it was a manual covering relationships and pain, written in the code based off of a proto-Romantic language. Dr. Cheshire believes it's aligned with the Catholic and Roman pagan beliefs held by many Mediterranean Europeans in the 15th century. Dr. Cheshire states that he believed the Voynich manuscript was written by Dominican nobles. Bristol University commented, following media coverage, concerns have been raised about the validity of this research, and went on to ensure it is known that Dr. Cheshire's work is not affiliated with the university. However, perhaps the most common guess is that the Voynich manuscript details medical information. Medicine in the early modern and medieval periods contained lots of myths. Herbal remedies were common, explaining the plant diagrams, and many believed there was a correlation between the position of the stars and individuals' health, hence zodiac images being included. Furthermore, a bath was thought to cure many illnesses, explaining the image of the unclothed woman bathing. This suggests that health and medicine is a common factor between a fair few of the illustrations in the Voynich manuscript. The medicinal theory has been suggested by many, one of whom is historian Nicholas Gibbs in 2017. He offered the suggestion that the images centered health for the reasons just mentioned, but also that the manuscript was a pseudo-scientific woman's health manual. He, like many others, claimed to have solved the code, and believed the absurdly complex codes were Latin abbreviations, and that the Voynich manuscript was written in common shorthand that would have been understood in the 15th century, and was not code that needed to be broken. His work was heavily criticised and ultimately discredited because Nicholas Gibbs either reiterated ideas people before him had suggested and his own theories. The translated sentences made little to no grammatical sense in Latin. The dismissal of Nicholas Gibbs's research ultimately means the contents of the Voynich manuscript remain a mystery, but the bizarre images seem to have an underlying theme. The Voynich manuscript appears to be split into 7 distinct sections. Botanical, containing imagery of herbs and plants. Astronomical, with pictures such as the sun, moon, and stars. Cosmological, illustrated with circular geometric designs. The zodiac section, containing drawings of the zodiac signs. biological, which has depictions of unclothed women in various farms, pharmaceutical, with images of containers and herbs side by side, and finally the recipe section, which contains no illustrations, merely lines of text with stars in the margin. These theories are simply based upon where certain images lie within the text. As of today, the manuscript remains to be studied. The more time that passes, the more speculation and rumours continue to grow, and every few years we can be sure someone new will step forward announcing that they have found a new translation. But with so many experts eager to add to the research, such claims are often quickly refuted. Great minds are puzzled by the nature of the Voynich manuscript. The Cold War saw the involvement of the FBI, fearing it was a coded form of communist propaganda, and still no solution or understanding was found. Will we ever figure out this impossible code? Arguably the world's most mysterious book, allegedly figured out over and over, and still nobody can read it. Linguists, historians, and cryptographers have puzzled over it for centuries, and will continue to do so until we solve this mystery. What lies within the Voynich manuscript? Someone by the name of Nalani posted a strange photograph on social media, claiming that it was captured during the Hawaii wildfires. Since the fires have started, various theories have been put forward to explain what happened. Deep within the confines of a forest in Hawaii, a local was able to capture a mysterious photograph. Those who saw the image said that the beam can be seen hitting the forest. Part of the forest can be seen emitting large amounts of smoke, and it was at this point that locals started to move away from the area. Oddly enough, the individual who took the photograph said that it wasn't until they viewed their photo album that they noticed the strange laser-like formation. It's important to note that this isn't the first time that these mysterious objects have been seen, and as of right now, a variety of different explanations have been put forward to explain what they are. Some have said that they are natural phenomena, and that this happens during natural weather changes. Others went down a different path and suggested that the beam is man-made. According to military officials, these energy beams do exist, but said that they are not used within these environments, and further detail that they are called energy weapons, and they operate on the principle of concentrating electromagnetic energy and delivering it to a target. Unlike traditional kinetic weapons that rely on projectiles, this new weaponry emits focused beams of energy that can travel at the speed of light, enabling almost instantaneous target engagement. These energy weapons offer a range of applications across various domains, including military, space, and civilian sectors. In the military realm, these provide advantages such as precision targeting, reduced collateral damage, and a virtually unlimited ammunition supply, as they rely on energy sources like electricity rather than physical munitions. However, those who have seen the photograph have said that there's no reason why this would be used in such an area. Some have suggested that it could have been a fire tornado. Fire tornadoes, also known as firewhirls, are a captivating meteorological phenomenon that marries the destructive force of fire with the mesmerizing spirals of a tornado. These unique occurrences are not only awe-inspiring, but also serve as a testament to the intricate interplay of atmospheric conditions, fire behavior, and fluid dynamics. Fire tornadoes, although rare, have been documented in various parts of the world, where conditions are conducive to their formation. They typically arise in the midst of large wildfires or intense industrial fires, where the combination of intense heat, convective currents, and turbulent winds creates the ideal environment for their genesis. The interaction between the heat of the fire and the surrounding cool air triggers an updraft, setting the stage for the development of a...
What was built for guys like us? They could swim fast, right and wrong. It's just survival. The Penguin, streaming exclusively on Max.
The fire tornado. The basic formation of a fire tornado involves a rising column of hot, buoyant air that twists and spirals due to the influence of crosswinds. As the fire generates intense heat, it heats the surrounding air, causing it to rise rapidly. This hot air column begins to rotate due to the Coriolis effect, caused by the Earth's rotation and the interaction with the inflowing cooler air. This rotation becomes more pronounced as the fire's heat and intensity increase, leading to the occurrence of not one, but two Hawaii volcanoes national park. Based on information from the US Geological Survey, two relatively minor earthquakes with a magnitude of 2.6 each were recorded. These seismic events took place in the vicinity of Volcano Town, specifically 5.3 miles west-northwest of the area. A second earthquake, measuring 4.3 on the magnitude scale, struck at 1 year afternoon. The earthquake originated approximately 5 miles south-southeast of Volcano, within the well-known Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. According to recent reports, the initial data released by the United States Geological Survey indicated 3 separate earthquakes. However, upon closer examination, it was discovered that the second and third quakes occurred just 5 seconds apart, and are now considered to be part of the same seismic event. This observation has prompted a reconsideration of the initial findings. According to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, there is currently no imminent threat of a tsunami. Hawaii is a place that has experienced wildfires on multiple occasions, but the recent ones that have occurred over the past few days are being labeled as some of the most severe in the history of the archipelago. The toll taken by these fires has been absolutely devastating, and while the exact cause is still being investigated, their impact has been far-reaching and profound. The combination of hurricane-force winds and arid conditions played a significant role in intensifying the wildfires. The occurrence of drought or abnormally dry conditions has significantly impacted vast regions of Hawaii, with particular focus on the entirety of Maui Island. This phenomenon has played a substantial role in the prevailing situation. According to the US Drought Monitor, approximately 14% of the state is currently experiencing either severe or moderate drought conditions. Furthermore, a staggering 80% of Hawaii is classified as being abnormally dry. This means that a significant portion of the state is facing a shortage of water, which can have detrimental effects. Dry weather conditions have the detrimental effect of sapping the moisture from plant life, thereby rendering it more susceptible to ignition and subsequent propagation of fire. Scientists have conducted extensive calculations and determined that a significant decrease in rainfall has occurred in approximately 90% of the Hawaiian Islands when compared to the levels recorded 100 years ago. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, where history and spirituality intertwine, a profound event was about to unfold, one that would ignite curiosity and wonder across the world. It was a tranquil day, with the golden sun lighting up the ancient walls. Amidst the sunlight, a small group of friends sat atop a rooftop terrace, savouring the view of the Dome of the Rock, an iconic symbol of the city's rich religious heritage. Among them was a young archaeologist with an insatiable thirst for uncovering ancient mysteries. He had come to Jerusalem, drawn by the allure of its history and the echoes of stories whispered by the ancient stones. As the friends chatted and laughed, their attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar light in the sky. It glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, emanating from what appeared to be a cross-shaped object, hovering silently over the Dome of the Rock. The group fell into a stunned silence as they gazed at the enigmatic sight above them. One of the friends questioned whether it was a drone or some sort of new aircraft, but it was clear to everyone that this was no ordinary aircraft. The object seemed to be suspended effortlessly in the air, its 4 arms extending symmetrically like a celestial cross. The light it emitted was mesmerizing, casting an ethereal glow upon the ancient architecture below. One of the friends reached for his camera and began capturing the event. He knew this was an extraordinary sight, one that only comes around once in a lifetime. As he focused his lens on the enigmatic object, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was not a mere coincidence. There was a sense of purpose in the way the object hovered above the Dome of the Rock, as if it carried a message from the heavens. The man said that the cross-shaped object hovering above Jerusalem left all of them in awe, causing them to question the object's origins. The fact this cross was seen in the Holy City made some of them question whether this was a divine encounter. Interestingly enough, Throughout human history, across various cultures and religions, individuals have reported profound encounters with the divine. These experiences, often described as mystical or spiritual, transcend the boundaries of the physical world, leaving lasting impressions on the lives of those who undergo them. Divine encounters refer to extraordinary experiences in which individuals claim to have interacted with a higher power, deity, or spiritual presence. These encounters often occur in moments of prayer, meditation, fasting, or during religious ceremonies. Accounts of divine encounters are deeply personal and subjective, yet they often carry a profound sense of spiritual awakening and enlightenment. Divine encounters manifest in various forms. Context in which they occur.
Alexa, what time is it?
It's 3:04 a.m.
off the shelf.
Okay.
Good night, kitty. You're welcome. Good night.
Right now, it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high of 77 degrees. The my room temperature is 62.4 degrees.